Chapter 752. None of Eugene and his party from Hushvale City managed to escape from Han Shua's murderous hands. All of them died at the entrance of the cave. The stench of blood filled the air. Cauldron's spirit was flying around the cave. It had absorbed the divine soul of Eugene, a mid-stage high god. None of the divine guards managed to escape Cauldron's spirit and were sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. According to Cauldron's spirit, only the divine soul of a high god could be refined into a spirit demon of the highest grade. A spirit demon of the highest grade would be more powerful and could provide Cauldron's spirit with more energy. Ever since the demise of the exalted demon lord, the cauldron of myriad demon had not produced a demon of the highest grade. Now that Eugene's divine soul had been captured, it meant that a spirit demon was finally born in the cauldron of myriad demon. In just a short time, the entrance of the cave had turned into a pool of blood. The gods killed by Han Shua's 17 flying swords had turned into puddles of blood. The corpses of those killed by Balins were scattered all over the ground. It was a gruesome scene, and Naito, Deko, and the other divine guards of the Third Corps were aghast. It seemed that they had yet to recover from the shock. And Naito, apart from Eugene, didn't you encounter enemies from Dark Soul City as well? What are you waiting for? Lead the way, instructed Balins softly after shooting a glance at Naito. It was only at this moment that Naito seemed to have recovered from his shock. He looked at Han Shua in horror and asked, "Lord Brian, you killed Eugene." "Is there a problem?" asked Han Shua calmly in a carefree smile. "Lord Brian, although the 7 major cities of the Dominion of Darkness are constantly fighting each other in secret, they generally do not kill each other's chiefs of divine guards. The death of a chief of divine guards is no small matter. Eugene is one of the chiefs of divine guards of Hushvale City. Now that he has died here, the city lord of Hushvale City will surely investigate," said Naito anxiously. Wars between the cities had never stopped. However, as the chiefs of divine guards possessed extraordinary strength, there had never been a case of a chief of divine guards dying. A chief of divine guard was the cornerstone of a city. The death of a chief of divine guard could very well incur the wrath of the city lord. It could even lead to a war between 2 cities. Therefore, when Eugene died, Annette immediately turned pale with fright and thought of the serious consequences. "Don't worry, I will explain to the city lord." Now that Han Shua's strength had skyrocketed, he did not see this as a big problem. He smiled and said, "Let's go, Annette. Let's go find the people from Dark Soul City." When Naito heard Han Shua's words, he started trembling with fear. Whenever he recalled his vile attitude towards Han Shua back in the City of Shadows, Naito felt a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "Fortunately, we became friends in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know how I died. This is a ruthless man who kills without batting an eyelid." He had hidden it so deeply in the past. Once it was unleashed, it was truly terrifying. "My lord, please follow me. The one from Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. They have also killed 2 of our companions." Deko was much bolder than Naito. He led the way for Han Shua. Halfway through the journey, Deko explained to Han Shua that the Dark Soul City was the first to arrive at the mine. After arriving, they did not allow anyone to approach the mine. Naito and his companions were discovered when they came to scout the mine. Therefore, they were chased out by the people from Dark Soul City. Later on, Eugene arrived with the divine guards from Hushvale City. When the people from Dark Soul City saw that Eugene was personally leading the team, they started a conflict. As both sides were equally matched in strength, the people from Dark Soul City took the initiative to retreat. They occupied several of the largest mines and left the rest unattended. The chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City was called Jirofi. Like Eugene, he was also a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of destruction. With Deko leading the way, the party soon arrived at the center of the mine. They were surrounded by bottomless caverns. Each cavern was guarded by several divine guards from Dark Soul City. Lord Brian, the chief of divine guards from Dark Soul City, Jirofi, should be guarding the largest cavern, said Deco to Han Shuo as he pointed at the largest cavern. This place already belongs to Dark Soul City. You can start mining in other areas. Don't force our hand, said a divine guard from Dark Soul City as he stood at the entrance of the cavern. He looked at Han Shuo and his party with a cold and arrogant demeanor. Balin's Sanguiner, kill a few of them and teach them a lesson, instructed Han Shuo to Balin's and Sanguiner with a smile on his face. The fact that Dark Soul City had killed a few divine guards from the Third Corps indicated that they had made the first move. Han Shuo would not hold back. Balin's could enhance his killing intent by killing. Sanguiner could extract new energy from the blood of his victims, and Han Shuo could harvest divine souls. For the three of them who cultivated in demonic arts, there were only advantages and no disadvantages in killing others. Not to mention that they were the ones who made the first move. Han Shuo would not hold back. Balin's and Sanguiner abruptly pounced at two divine guards from Dark Soul City at Han Shuo's command. Sanguiner drew a line of blood in her hand as she stared at the two divine guards with crimson eyes. The two divine guards immediately felt their blood boiling when their eyes met with Sanguiner's. At this moment, Balin's arrived in front of the two divine guards. The slender flying sword in his hand flashed, and streaks of sword radiances landed on the bodies of the two divine guards. Crack! Crack! The two divine guards were dismembered. Their flesh and blood splattered all over the ground. Blood splattered everywhere. Before the divine guards at the other caverns could help, the tragedy had already happened. When the divine guards saw the blood flowing like a river, they immediately shrieked and transmitted messages to Jirofi, who was inside the cavern. They could tell how terrifying Balin's and Sanguiner were. Seeing that Han Shuo, who seemed to be their leader, had yet to make a move, none of them dared to be careless. They shrieked and transmitted messages as though they were facing a formidable foe. They cautiously guarded against Sanguiner and Balin's. It didn't take long before 37 divine guards and Chief Jirofi walked out of the cave. These people were all dressed in black. It appeared that they had been in the middle of excavating energy crystals and had hurried over after receiving the message. What's going on? Jirofi's face was gloomy. He looked at the bloodstains on the soles of his feet and appeared to be extremely angry. Jirofi had a big head and big ears. He had an obese body. However, his pair of bright eyes were fixed on the unruffled Han Shuo. From today onwards, this mountain belongs to the Han family of the City of Shadows. Gilbert stepped forward and arrogantly shot a glance at Jirofi. He said, Eugene was insensible and has been killed by my master. If you don't want to be left with nothing, leave now. Han family of the City of Shadows? Jirofi bunched his brows and coldly replied, I only know of the House of Saint, House of Lavers, House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller in the City of Shadows. Since when was there a Han family? Cut the crap. Leave behind the energy crystals you mined and get the hell out of here. Gilbert arrogantly pointed at Jirofi and said, If you're late, don't even think about leaving. Jirofi appeared to be more difficult to deal with than Eugene. Surprisingly, he was not angered by Gilbert's rudeness. His chubby face twitched, and he said, You want us to leave without displaying sufficient strength? I don't think it's that easy, right? While speaking, Jirofi stared straight at Han Shuo. He had long noticed that Han Shuo was the leader of the group. Under Jirofi's provocative gaze, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, Then don't even think about leaving. As soon as those words left his mouth, the 17 flying swords were released once again. Chilly winds gusted and whistled continuously as they flew towards the divine guards who were glaring at them. The 17 flying swords were incomparably sharp and carried terrifying, corrosive properties. Under Han Shuo's exquisite control, the flying swords turned into afterimages that streaked across the sky and pierced through the bodies of the divine guards. All the divine guards who were struck by the flying swords had their flesh rapidly corroded and dissolved. In no time at all, they had turned into puddles of blood. Jirofi turned pale with fright. He was intimidated by Han Shua's vicious flying swords. His eyes flickered with light, and he immediately shouted, "Stop! We will leave immediately." With a gentle smile on his face, Han Shua softly replied, "Sorry, you were too late." The 17 flying swords suddenly enveloped Jirofi. Cauldron Spirit's energy immediately surged into Han Shua's body. The first form of the god-slaying sword formation, Ceaseless Pain, appeared once again. The scene of hell engulfed Jirofi in an instant. Feeling the stabbing pain in his meridians, Han Shua manipulated the god-slaying sword formation with his consciousness and pierced thousands of holes into Jirofi's body. Inside the ceaseless pain formed by the flying swords, an outsider could only see the flying swords dancing wildly in the air. They had no idea what was going on inside the ceaseless pain. All of a sudden, Han Shua's body blurred, and he dove into the ceaseless pain. Using the ceaseless pain as cover, Han Shua arrived behind Jirofi, who was still alive. His avatar of destruction flew out of the cauldron of myriad demon and started devouring the remaining divine energy of destruction left by Jirofi. Jirofi cultivated in the energy of destruction. Most of his divine energy had been consumed by the ceaseless pain, god-slaying, sword formation. As he was a mid-stage high god and Han Shua had deliberately controlled the flying sword's precision, the flying swords only left a few wounds on his body. The intense corrosive energy did not spread to his entire body. Before he died, Han Shua took the opportunity to enter the ceaseless pain god-slaying sword formation and absorb the remaining divine energy of destruction in Jirofi's body. Jirofi was a high god. Although he only had a small portion of his divine energy left, it was enough for Han Shua's avatar of destruction to benefit immensely. Gradually, all of Jirofi's divine energy was devoured. There was no longer any energy left in his body that could resist the corrosive energy of the flying swords. He was reduced to a puddle of blood in the ceaseless pain, god-slaying sword formation. Han Shua then took his space ring. The 17 flying swords returned to Han Shua's body. Cauldron's spirit flew out and collected Jirofi's high god divine soul. Then it flew around and absorbed the divine souls of those divine souls that Han Shua had previously killed into the cauldron of myriad demon. There were also a few divine guards from Dark Soul City. They were running all over the place under the pursuit of Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert. However, it appeared that they would not be able to live much longer. Han Shua did not personally hunt down those divine guards from Dark Soul City. Instead, he allowed Sanguiner and Gilbert to do as they pleased. Unlike Ballins, Sanguiner and Gilbert had too little experience in hunting. In order for the two to be able to shoulder heavy responsibilities in the future, Han Shua had to train them as soon as possible. With the demon generals keeping an eye on those divine guards and the veteran assassin Ballins assisting them, Han Shua believed that none of those divine guards from Dark Soul City would be able to escape. My lord, you are truly amazing," Deko softly exclaimed as he looked at Han Shua with eyes of admiration. And Naito appeared rather frightened. He put on a long face and said to Han Shua, "Lord Brian, Jirofi of Dark Soul City is also a chief of divine guards. Now that you have killed 2 chief of divine guards, the 2 city lords will not let this matter rest." "What does that have to do with me?" Han Shua put on an innocent face. He put on a mischievous smile and said, "It was clearly Eugene and Jirofi who killed each other in the mine. The tragedy had already happened by the time we arrived. We did nothing. It was clearly—" And Naito pointed at Han Shua and exclaimed in a low voice when he saw that Han Shua was lying through his teeth. Suddenly, Naito's face jolted as though he had thought of something. He immediately put on a mischievous smile and said in admiration, "My lord is truly wise." As long as no one from Hushvale City and the City of Shadows walks out alive, we can say whatever we want. It doesn't matter if the two city lords believe us or not. They can't do anything if they don't have any evidence, and we deny it," said Deco with a face full of admiration. After saying those words, he asked, "My lord, will those fellows who escaped—" "Don't worry. With a veteran killer like Ballins around, they won't leave any survivors," said Han Shuo with a faint smile. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "I hope that all of you can keep what happened today a secret. Even to Lord Erebus and the city lord, we will have to give the same explanation. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble if word gets out." Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Anaito, Deco, and the others patted their chests and promised. Anaito said, "Don't worry, my lord. We will give the same explanation to everyone. Hee. But I believe that with the city lord's brilliance, he will be able to figure out a thing or two. Then it doesn't matter. As long as we don't leak the information, it will be fine," said Deco smilingly. After this incident, they had become both respectful and fearful of Han Shuo. They trusted him even more than Erebus, who had led them for many years. Especially since they were personally involved in this incident, they naturally had to plan for their own safety. Be careful and take the space rings they left behind. These guys must have mined a lot of energy crystals. Those energy crystals are all ours. Naturally, we can't let them get away with it," said Han Shuo to Anaito and the other three. The gods killed by Han Shuo had turned into blood that seeped into the ground. Only the metal divine artifacts and space rings were left behind. As long as they were careful, there shouldn't be any problems. As for the gods killed by Sanguiner and Ballins, although they were also in a terrible state, they didn't have to worry about being corroded. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems. While Anaito and the other three were collecting the spoils of war for Han Shuo, Ballins returned first. Ballins bowed to Han Shuo and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, it's all settled." Han Shuo nodded with a smile. He was very satisfied with the result of this trip. Chapter 753. Eugene and Jirofi, the two Divine Guard chiefs, and their Divine Guards had all died in the hands of Han Shuo and his party. Anaito and his party were in charge of collecting and tallying the spoils of war. About half a day later, Anaito and his party had tallied up all the spoils. There were more than 5,000 pieces of energy crystals of various sizes, more than 70 divine armors and divine weapons, and one high god weapon each for Eugene and Jirofi. It was impossible to estimate the total value of these items in a short time. However, a conservative estimate was that the total value of these items would not be less than 2 million black gold coins. Most importantly, the mine had been occupied by Han Shuo. Eugene and Jirofi had only been mining the mine for a few days. There was no way they could have extracted much of the energy crystal ores from the mine. It was impossible to estimate how many energy crystals there were in the entire mine. The total value would be in the tens of millions of black gold coins. The invaders from Hushvale City and Dark Soul City were completely annihilated. Ballins, Anaito, and his party carefully cleaned up the scene. They erased all traces that could prove that Han Shuo and his party were the culprits. They even deliberately buried some worthless divine weapons in the ground and placed a few incomplete corpses of both sides together to create the illusion that both sides had suffered heavy casualties. Ballins was very familiar with the process. Sanguiner and Gilbert, on the other hand, were not as proficient. Under the guidance of Ballins, Anaito and the others, Sanguiner and Gilbert, quickly became familiar with the method of framing others. They helped Anaito and his party clean up the mess. Naturally, Han Shuo did not leave. He stayed in the mine for the time being, waiting for the arrival of the competitors from the major family clans. During this period of time, Anaito, his party of 4, Ballins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, visited every major mine in the mine. They carved a special pattern on the entrance of every cave that contained energy ores, the pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon. As the Han family had only been established for a short time, Han Shuo had not thought of making a special emblem for the Han family. Now that his competitors were about to arrive, To show that he was the true owner of the mine, Han Shua used the cauldron of Myriad Demon as the emblem of the Han family. At the entrance of every cave was an image of the cauldron of Myriad Demon. On the surface of the cauldron were a few small words. City of Shadows, Han family. 5 days later, the first batch of competitors from the 3 major family clans arrived at the mine. After mobilizing the resources of their family clans, they discovered a unique symbol at the entrance of the mine. The Han family of the City of Shadows. The competitors of the 3 great families were all dumbfounded. Looking at the strange little cauldron pattern and the clear small characters on the surface of the cauldron, they knew that they were one step too late. The City of Shadows had its own rules. Before they came, Wallace had clearly reminded them that personal fights were strictly forbidden. Although these City of Shadows experts were filled with reluctance, they had nothing to say when they saw that the mountain had fallen into Han Shua's hands. They went to look for Han Shua and congratulated him with bitter faces. The competitors of the 3 major family clans were Ji Wei, Manly, and Gasco. The 3 of them had more or less friendly relations with Han Shua due to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Knowing that the situation was irreversible, they had no choice but to accept the fact. Another 3 days later, competitors from other family clans arrived one after another. Since even the 3 major family clans had nothing to say, the competitors naturally had nothing to say, especially since they knew that Han Shua had a close relationship with the House of Saint. There was no way they could have any other thoughts. 7 days later, Erebus and Aobashi arrived at the mountain with their divine guards. Erebus and Aobashi were greatly astonished after learning about the situation from Han Shua. It was obvious that they did not believe Han Shua's words. It was indeed possible that Jirofi of the City of Shadows and Eugene of Hushvale City had fought over the mine. However, it would be too much of a lie to claim that both sides would perish together with each other, leaving not a single one of them alive. Erebus secretly summoned Anaito and the others and secretly asked, "What's going on?" Anaito and the others had a guilty conscience and did not dare to look at Erebus. They replied in a low voice, "Although the situation is a little different, it is the truth. My lord, the people of the City of Shadows and Hushvale City have killed our companions. Lord Brian has come to avenge us." Anaito and the others did not dare to lie to Andre or City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior, and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Anaito and the other 3 dared to deceive Andre and Castellan Wallace, but Erebus was their direct superior. Moreover, Erebus had always treated them well, so it was impossible for them to keep silent. Anaito and the others had the guts to lie to Andre and City Lord Wallace. However, Erebus was their direct superior, and Erebus had always treated them well. It was impossible for them to keep quiet. Moreover, Han Shua had secretly hinted to them that the situation was not normal. Erebus and Aobashi could not help but feel a headache when they heard Anaito and the others' cryptic explanation. The 2 of them were in charge of cleaning up the aftermath. Now that 2 of their divine guard chiefs had died, the situation had become very troublesome. Naturally, the 2 of them did not believe that the 2 divine guard chiefs were killed by Han Shua. In their opinion, Eugene and Jirofi must have fought each other to the death for the mine. Then Han Shua and his party came to take advantage of the situation and killed the surviving divine guards. They had underestimated Han Shua's current strength. "We're in big trouble." Aobashi put on a bitter smile and sighed. "The city lord wants me to negotiate with the 2 parties. I'm afraid that the 2 parties will not let this matter rest." "Forget it. Let's report to the city lord first. I believe that the 2 city lords will personally communicate with your lordship about this matter," said Erebus with a distressed face. He could not think of a suitable solution for the time being. "Sirs, I'll leave the rest to you. When you are done negotiating with the 2 parties, let me know. I will arrange for people to come over and mine the mine." We can discuss how to distribute the energy ores in the future. Han Shuo was all smiles. He stretched his back and mumbled to himself, I'm really lucky this time. 2 of my divine guards have suffered heavy casualties. Anaito and the other 3 divine guards wore strange expressions after hearing Han Shuo's words. They had seen with their own eyes how Han Shuo killed Eugene and Jirofi effortlessly. How could there be any element of luck in that? They knew that Han Shuo had deliberately concealed his strength. The 4 of them had benefited greatly from the distribution of the divine weapons. Therefore, they naturally cooperated with Han Shuo and started talking nonsense to mislead Erebus and Aobashi. You just patted your butt and left, leaving the 2 of us to clean up your mess. Erebus forced a smile and shook his head. He said, Brian, the death of 2 Divine Guard chiefs is no small matter. They died together. They have no one to blame but themselves. My lordships just tell the truth. I believe that given the city lord's wisdom, he won't say anything about it. Han Shuo put on a mischievous smile and said, I won't disturb your work any longer. We will return to the City of Shadows. When you return to the city, I will treat you to a good drink. That drink of yours doesn't taste good. Aobashi glared at Han Shuo. She could sense that Han Shuo was behind the incident, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any evidence. But even if she could, what could she do? She would still have to help Han Shuo clean up the mess. Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, it's time for us to leave, said Han Shuo to the 3 before bidding farewell to the members of the 3 major family clans. He was the first to arrive and the first to leave. Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg first. When he arrived, he discovered that Candide, Emma, Gree, Pegasus, and the others were already there. These people were very experienced in the management of cities. They volunteered to familiarize themselves with the situation in Fort Lossberg so that the Han family could take over the place. Candide and the others were already aware of the purpose of Han Shuo and his party. After Han Shuo returned to Fort Lossberg, they immediately asked Han Shuo about the details. Han Shuo did not reveal the specifics. He only said to them, It's done. The 5th Corps is ours. Candide and the others knew that military strength was the foundation of a power's survival. They were overjoyed to hear that. They were now considered members of the Han family and were bound together with Han Shuo. Naturally, they hoped that the Han family could stabilize their power in the City of Shadows. After living on Elysium for a period of time, they had fully realized the importance of a family clan. They volunteered to come to Fort Lossberg in order to strengthen the House of Han. They knew that only with the House of Han's strength could they ensure their safety and secure a foothold in the City of Shadows. Han Shuo took out a portion of the energy crystals he obtained from the mine and handed it to Candide and the others. He asked them to decorate the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg with energy towers and boundary towers. Energy crystals were the foundation that maintained the energy towers and boundary towers. With an abundant supply of energy crystals, the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg could be fortified. Han Shuo and Candide discussed the issue of Fort Lossberg for half a day. Han Shuo wasn't an expert in the management of cities. Back then, he had delegated the management of Bretel City to Dorcas and Jack. Fort Lossberg was no exception. Although it was a discussion, Han Shuo heard from Candide and the others that Candide and the others needed Han Shuo's approval before they dared to take action. They mainly wanted to get Han Shuo's approval. Han Shuo knew that Candide and the others had no one to rely on Elysium. Now that he had been branded as a member of the Han family, he knew that they would work for him wholeheartedly. Therefore, Han Shuo straightforwardly agreed to their request and delegated all the necessary authority to them. When Candide and the others no longer had any questions, Han Shuo, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert left for the City of Shadows. Inside the saint residence of the City of Shadows, Lord Wallace and Andre were facing a magical mirror. Inside the mirror were Aobashi and Erebus. They were reporting the situation in the valley to Wallace with a bitter smile. When they heard that Eugene and Jerofi of Hushvale City and Darksel City had died in the valley, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted. Wallace asked, "Where's Brian? Where are the others?" "Brian is fine. When Aobashi and I arrived, Brian had already taken control of the mountain," Erebus said in a bitter smile. "But Brian said that Eugene and Jerofi had perished together. When we arrived, we did not find a single survivor. All the divine guards from Hushvale City and Darksel City were killed without even leaving behind a complete corpse. The situation is rather strange. With Eugene and Jerofi dead in Tanai Mountain, the city lords of Hushvale City and Darksel City will surely come after Elder Brother." Andre also had a headache. After thinking for a while, Andre asked Erebus, "Did Eugene and Jerofi perish together?" "They are all dead. We don't know either." Erebus put on a bitter smile and continued, "None of the divine guards from Hushvale City and Darksel City survived. This doesn't seem to have happened naturally, but I have asked Brian about it, and Brian is adamant that they perished together. We have also found some traces at the scene that point to a bitter battle." Wallace was stunned. After a long while he nodded and said in a deep voice, "Seize the mountain. Inform Hushvale City and Darksel City of the death of the two divine guard chiefs. No matter who asks, tell them that they perished together. If you miss anything at the scene, you will clean it up." "Understood, my lord," replied Erebus. After cutting off the magical mirror, Wallace massaged his glabella and smilingly said, "That youngster sure is a headache. But I'm sure that Eugene and Jerofi's deaths had something to do with him. Hee, I bet those two city lords will be furious. Elder brother, Brian couldn't have killed Eugene and Jerofi, could he?" Andre stared blankly for a moment and was rather doubtful. "Then, how do you explain what happened in the valley?" Wallace shot a glance at Andre and said in a mischievous smile, "Perhaps he doesn't have the strength to kill both of them at once. But if he is adept at seizing the right moment, he might have a chance of succeeding. Ha ha! The traces of battle between the two sides are still intact. That kid is a talent. It looks like the Fifth Bureau will do better in his hands than Avery. Brian is a little too daring. He even killed a divine guard chief," exclaimed Andre. "Daring, ruthless, and meticulous are the qualities that a man must have in order to achieve great things. This incident has sufficiently proved that he is qualified to be the chief of the Fifth Corps. All right, prepare the relevant documents this afternoon. Also, let go of those Fifth Corps divine guards, who have no problem with them." Wallace did not get angry at Han Shoa for causing trouble. Instead, he was very satisfied with Han Shoa's daring and ruthless style. Andre nodded, indicating that he understood, turned around and left. After Andre left, Wallace once again used the magical mirror to get in touch with the city lords of Hushvale City and Darksel City. He insisted that Eugene and Jerofi had perished together. Regardless of how furious the two city lords were, Wallace insisted that the mine belonged to the City of Shadows and argued fiercely with the two city lords through the magical mirror. Han Shua, Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert returned to the City of Shadows half a month later. Everything in the city was the same except for the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies had moved into the labor's residence. The only people left in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy were pharmacists who knew how to refine medicines. Those who came from Profound Continent had moved into their new home, the Han family. Compared to the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua's new home was much more spacious and magnificent. It had all kinds of facilities. Buildings on Elysium had always been built in a solemn and dignified style. They would spend little effort on decorations. Fanny, Phoebe, and the others who came from Profound Continent did not like the original style of the labor's residence. Therefore, they had transplanted a lot of flowers, plants, artificial hills, small bridges, flowing rivers, and odd-looking rocks into every corner of the Han family's new home. It looked much more refined and exquisite. Strolling among the flowers, Han Shua raised his head and looked at the towering buildings. He felt as though he had been in a different world. He still remembered that when he first came to Elysium from Profound Continent, he had gone through all kinds of hardships to reach the City of Shadows. He was as clueless as a country bumpkin when he first set foot in this place. He even had a quarrel with Cage and Doloxes in a gymnasium not far away from him. He was humiliated by the two good-for-nothings of the Lavers family and left angrily. Now, everything in this place belonged to the Han family, to him, Han Shuo. Han Shuo deeply enjoyed the feeling of having everything under his control as he breathed in the fresh air. It was as though he could smell the wonderful taste of power. When Fanny, Phoebe, and the other ladies learned that Han Shuo had returned, they came out to welcome him. Han Shuo was brimming with laughter and cheerful voices along the way. Sanguiner and Gilbert were pulled away by Statholm and Air Mike. The two asked Han Shuo about what happened in the valley. When the two learned that Han Shuo had taken over the mine and was about to take over the Fifth Corps, they were very excited. Brian, Candide, and the others went to Fort Lossberg on their own initiative. Have you met them? Emily asked Han Shuo. Yes, I have. Candide and the others kept asking me a bunch of questions. I was so annoyed that my head was about to explode. Han Shuo forced a smile and shook his head. He said, "Managing a city is really not my forte. Fortunately, I brought them all here from Profound Continent. Otherwise, even if Fort Lossberg belonged to the Han family, we wouldn't be able to find anyone suitable to manage it. Brian, from the moment those from Profound Continent set foot on Elysium, they will forever be branded with the Han family. They are all trustworthy. Without the Han family, there is no way they can survive on Elysium. Therefore, they know what to do," explained Emily in a soft voice. Han Shuo had long known this principle. He nodded and smilingly replied, "I understand what you mean. They will be the pillars of the Han family in the future. I may not have many good points, but I know how to delegate power to others. I know what kind of people are suited to do. They will definitely find their place on Elysium. Brian, these are the documents that Andre sent to you. He wants you to report to the Fifth Corps as soon as possible after your return." Phoebe handed a large stack of documents to Han Shuo and smilingly said, "Andre said that some of those in the Fifth Corps are unruly. Although they did not rebel with Avery, they have always been very obedient towards him. You should know what they are like." Han Shuo took the documents and gave them a look. He put on a calm smile and said, "I love taming those unruly fellows." Chapter 754. There were 7 Divine Guard Corps in the City of Shadows. Each corps had a limit of 1,000 Divine Guards. Each corps was divided into 10 squads of Divine Guards and a company of 100. Each corps was divided into 10 companies led by 10 company captains. Above the company captains were the Divine Guard chiefs. The 7 corps of Divine Guards of the City of Shadows were responsible for patrolling the various regions of the city and the security of the city gates. Other than that, the Divine Guards were also responsible for the destruction of the city's external enemies. This also included the plundering of resources, disputes with other cities, and other things that could not be seen in the light of day. The Divine Guards were also in charge of these matters. Due to Avery's disappearance, 7 of the 10 company captains of the Fifth Corps went missing. Those 7 should have left with Avery. Of the remaining 3 company captains, 2 of them had their families in the City of Shadows and did not participate in Avery's rebellion. However, after the incident, they resigned from their positions and left the Fifth Corps. Most of the Divine Guards of the Fifth Corps had left. At present, there was only a company chief named Lamont left. The entire Fifth Corps had less than 200 Divine Guards. Their numbers had been greatly reduced. Of the 1,000 Fifth Corps Divine Guards, half had left with Avery, and the other half, knowing that they could no longer be of any use to the Fifth Corps. In addition to being dissatisfied with the House of Saints' conduct, they had also left the Fifth Corps. As a result, The Fifth Corps was left with no capable personnel, and all its affairs were paralyzed. Wallace was aware of the situation of the Fifth Corps. All the duties of the Fifth Corps were temporarily assigned to the First, Second, and Third Corps. This left the Fifth Corps with even less to do. All the divine guards of the Fifth Corps gathered in the Fifth Corps lazily. They had nothing to do but drink and chat every day. Their spirit had been worn out. In the hall where the Fifth Corps handled official business, the only captain, Lamont, was drunk and flirting with a few shrewish female divine guards. He seemed to be having a good time. "Lord Lamont, I heard that the owner of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy is coming to the Fifth Corps. If he comes, our good days will come to an end," said one of Lamont's company captains with a flushed face as he poured Lamont a full cup of amber-colored wine. Avery loved wine. Back when Lamont was still around, the fine wine he looted and offered by small family clans could only be enjoyed by Avery alone. After Avery's departure, those fine wines became ownerless. These divine guards had been drinking to their heart's content for the past few days. Lamont's eyes were hazy from the alcohol. He softly groaned and said, "He's just the owner of a small shop. Isn't it because of his relationship with the House of Saint that he is qualified to take charge of our Fifth Corps? How can that youngster manage so many affairs of the Fifth Corps? My lord, now that Avery has left, the chief of the Fifth Corps should be chosen from among us. In my opinion, his lordship is the most qualified person to take over the position." Unfortunately, his lordship did not mention it at all. Instead, he gave the position to a little merchant who is still wet behind the ears. The squad leader had drunk too much, and his words sounded like he was blaming City Lord Wallace. Lamont let out a long sigh after hearing those words and replied, "Lord, captains of the city, Lord." He did not leave with Avery, nor did he take the initiative to resign. His plan was to take over Avery's position and take over the Fifth Bureau. According to Ramont's idealistic thinking, with the Fifth Corps chiefs gone, the position of Chief of Divine Guards would naturally fall to him, the sole Chief of Divine Guards. Therefore, he persisted in his duty. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Wallace had never thought of letting the old man from the Fifth Corps take over the position. Not only that, but Wallace also temporarily stripped the authority of the Fifth Corps, leaving the ambitious Lamont with nothing to do. In this way, Lamont felt extremely sullen. All of his great ambitions had been put on hold. It was perfect for him to use the good wine available in the Fifth Bureau to drown his sorrows. He drank until he was drunk every day. "Lord Lamont, that merchant named Brian doesn't know the responsibilities of the Fifth Corps, nor does he know anything about our affairs. When he arrives, all we have to do is make things difficult for him and make him lose control of the Fifth Corps. By then, the city lord will be able to tell that he's incapable and will remove him from his position as Chief of Divine Guards. Perhaps then, the city lord will remember that it's time to use a veteran like Lord Lamont," suggested the squad leader who had been following Lamont. Lamont's eyes were full of smiles as he raised his cup and said, "Cheers, cheers." The reason why he didn't leave even after knowing that Han Shoa was about to take office was also because of this plan. Seeing that the squad leader was so sensible, he immediately felt happy. Han Shoa, Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, Statholm, and Ere My Cotton arrived at the entrance of the Fifth Corps. Before they even stepped through the door, they could already smell the strong aroma of wine and hear the merry laughter and chatter inside. None of the solemnity that a divine guard should have. Those who did not know better would not think that this place was the Fifth Corps. They might even think that they had walked into a tavern. Ere My Cotton raised his head and looked at the large signboard that read Fifth Corps. He exclaimed in astonishment, "How can a military organization of the City of Shadows look like this?" Statholm also shook his head. He bunched his brows and said, "One can only imagine how high the quality of the Divine Guards must be. Brian, after taking over, it seems that we're going to have to do a big overhaul." Han Shua put on a grave face and nodded. He said, "With Balins and you all around, we can recruit and train new divine guards. Those who don't know what's good for them will be kicked out. Senior, please come in." Balins walked to the door and bowed, inviting Han Shua to enter. "Who's there?" Just as Han Shua and his party walked in, a lazy voice sounded. Then, 2 divine guards of the 5th Corps walked out with their arms around each other's shoulders. Their faces were flushed red, and they were holding a half-empty wine bottle in their hands. It seemed that they had been enjoying their days. "The new chief of 5th Corps has arrived. Gather everyone." Ballins's face turned cold, and he said in a stupefied manner, "Oh, is that so?" To Han Shua's surprise, the 2 divine guards were not the least bit frightened. Instead, they were smilingly sizing up Han Shua. One of them drunkenly asked, "Which one of you is the new chief of divine guards?" "Cut the bullshit. Everyone gather," shouted Gilbert angrily when he saw that the 2 were not showing the slightest sign of respect. "Who the hell are you? Are you the new chief of divine guards? I don't think so. If you aren't the new chief of divine guards, what are you yelling for?" shouted the fearless 5th Corps divine guard at Gilbert. "How dare you?" roared Gilbert in a loud and ear-piercing voice. He charged forward and swatted at the divine guard. Not every divine guard of the 5th Corps was a mid-god. However, every one of them who could stay in this place was. That divine guard who argued with Gilbert had long noticed that Han Shua was only a low god. How could he be threatened by a low god? Seeing that Gilbert was about to slap at him, the divine guard put on a mocking smile. At lightning speed, he stretched out his hand and grabbed at Gilbert. Bam! The divine guard was slapped to the ground by Gilbert. The divine guard's claw landed on Gilbert's body, but Gilbert did not budge an inch. Gilbert's body had been tempered by Han Shua's demonic arts. The divine guard's light claw had no effect on Gilbert at all. "Huh!" cried the other divine guard in surprise. He immediately launched an attack at Gilbert. Han Shua was wearing a faint smile as he watched the performance of the 2 divine guards. Several of his demon generals had flown into the 5th Corps and had seen everything that Lamont and the others were doing. Han Shua had also heard their whispers and knew what they were up to. "Balins, Sanguiner, break the arms and legs of those 2 divine guards," instructed Han Shua in a low voice. Balins and Sanguiner, who had been displeased with the 2 divine guards for a long time, immediately rushed out and joined hands with Gilbert. With the 2 ferocious tigers, Balins and Sanguiner, joining the fray, the 2 drunken divine guards were no match for them at all. The 2 divine guards were crushed in almost an instant. Crack! 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 Ah! The sound of bones breaking and miserable shrieks sounded simultaneously. The eyes of the 2 drunken divine guards immediately sobered up. They glared at Han Shua with hatred and cried, "Even if you are the chief of divine guards, you can't punish us for no reason." Contempt of superior. That's enough. Han Shua put on a faint smile and said, "Weren't you drunk just now? Why are you sober now? I will sue you. I will sue the House of Saint," shrieked the divine guard. Bam! Gilbert punched the divine guard in the mouth. Blood immediately filled the divine guard's mouth. Then Gilbert cursed impatiently, "Sue your mother. You think the House of Saint will help you? Idiot." The other divine guard, who was about to scream, immediately shut his mouth when he saw that his comrade's mouth was filled with blood. What happened? Lamont, whose face was bright red, walked over with a few squad leaders under him. He pretended to be furious and asked, "Who are you people? Why are you committing murder in the 5th Corps? How dare you look down on the divine guards of the City of Shadows? Look at how drunk he is. What kind of divine guard is he?" Gilbert put on a disdainful smile. He turned to look at Lamont and proudly said, "We are from the Han family of the City of Shadows. We have taken over the 5th Corps together with my master. Those 2 youngsters looked down on my master, and we taught them a lesson. What's your problem with that?" Before you take out the official documents to prove your identity, you are all outsiders. What did they do wrong? Lamont glared at Han Shoa and coldly groaned. Even if you are the new chief of Divine Guards, you still have to follow the rules. From today onwards, I am the rule in the 5th Corps. Han Shoa put on a faint smile and said, You are Lamont, right? All right, from now on, you are dismissed from the 5th Corps. Also, those drunkards of yours, get the hell out of the 5th Corps. My 5th Corps does not need trash like you. You want us to leave the 5th Corps just because we drank alcohol. What a far-fetched reason. Lamont was greatly enraged. He glared at Han Shoa without backing down. I have told you that I am the rule in the 5th Corps. Han Shoa let out a mischievous laugh. He suddenly leaned close to Lamont and placed his left hand on Lamont's chest. Thud! Lamont's body was sent flying from the top of the stairs in front of the 5th Corps. 2 streams of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Han Shoa with hatred in his eyes and howled, I will sue you! I will sue you! Get out of here! Han Shoa waved his hand and said impatiently, If you dare to come near the 5th Corps again, I will break your legs. Trash, like you will only be a burden to the 5th Corps. You, and you. Gilbert pointed at the Divine Guards whose faces were flushed red and shouted, What are you waiting for? Get lost. Do you really want me to do it myself? Those Divine Guards who were following Lamont revealed terrified faces. The squad leader who had been fawning over Lamont immediately put on a long face and said, We only drank a little. We have no intention of offending your lordship. We still wish to stay in the 5th Corps. Drunkards, get out of here. From today onwards, your names are no longer in the 5th Corps. Shouted Gilbert impatiently, Cut the crap, kid. If you keep babbling, I will break your legs and throw you out. After hearing Gilbert's words, those flushed Divine Guards trembled in fear. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert glared at each other with cold, fierce eyes. None of them dared to stay. In the end, although they were full of resentment, they had no choice but to leave the 5th Corps. Most of those drunkards belonged to Lamont's faction. There were a total of 50 or 60 of them. As all the captains had left, Lamont had become the one with the highest authority in the 5th Corps. He had used Avery's collection of fine wines to buy people's support and accumulate capital for his own promotion. After Han Shua's actions, there were less than 50 Divine Guards left in the 5th Corps. None of the 50 were drunkards. All of them were clean and disciplined. Han Shua observed for a moment and discovered that the remaining 50 were wearing grave and stern faces. They were coldly watching the farce in front of the gate. Their gazes, when they looked at Han Shua, were somewhat bewildered. It was as though they were pondering what they should do next. Han Shua had some understanding of those people before he came to the 5th Corps. Most of them came from impoverished villages and did not have any family clan backing them up. Some of them were planted by the House of Saint. They were loyal to the 5th Corps and the City of Shadows and would not change their allegiance even if a chief of Divine Guards was replaced. To Han Shua, they were the people that he should pay attention to. They were the foundation for the rapid operation of the 5th Corps. The most important thing he had to do after taking over the 5th Corps was to win their trust so that they could help him complete the reconstruction of the 5th Corps. The rest of you assemble. After driving out Lamont and the other troublemakers who were trying to seize power, Han Shua walked straight into the 5th Corps. When he arrived at the main hall, he gave a soft shout. The 50 or so Divine Guards who had been observing the situation with cold eyes walked up to Han Shua and assembled in front of him. You will continue to do what you did in the 5th Corps. Your original duties will not change. Before we have sufficient manpower, you will all be assigned to the 1st Company, and I will personally lead you. Han Shua did not waste any time in trying to bewitch the masses. He coldly gave his orders. Han Shua knew that it was pointless to say too much. Only by proving his ability and boldness in future interactions could he truly subdue these unruly talents. Chapter 755. After Lamont and his men were chased out of the Fifth Corps, the remaining divine guards, including those brought by Han Shua, Ballins, and Sanguiner, numbered less than 100. They were not even enough to form a company of divine guards. With less than 100 people, it was almost impossible to properly manage the enormous Fifth Corps. Han Shua knew that the first order of business after taking over the Fifth Corps was to recruit new divine guards and reorganize the Fifth Corps. With the Fifth Corps as their leader, Han Shua thought that there was no need to worry about not being able to recruit suitable candidates. But when he set out to do it, he realized that even though the City of Shadows was vast, it was not easy to recruit suitable divine guards. Although the City of Shadows was vast, the truly talented experts were branded with the mark of major family clans. Those experts who came to the City of Shadows from subordinate cities or fortresses would be invited by major family clans. Some of the truly talented experts would be lured away by the negotiators sent by major family clans before they could even set foot in the City of Shadows. With that, the truly talented ones would not have the chance to join the Fifth Corps. They would have been divided up long ago. Although the Han family had made a name for themselves in the City of Shadows, in the eyes of outsiders, the Han family was only famous because of the celestial pearl pharmacy. They believed that the Han family, a family clan that relied on trade and commerce, would be far inferior to those major family clans in the City of Shadows. If offered the same conditions, those people would be more than willing to submit to the major family clans in the City of Shadows instead of the Han family. The Fifth Corps had to be reestablished, but it lacked too much manpower. Han Shua was rather harsh in this regard. He had asked Statholm and Ballins to select the best candidates. Most of the candidates who came to the Fifth Corps failed the examinations conducted by Statholm, Ballins, and the others. Only a few of them managed to pass the examinations of Ballins and Statholm. Time flew by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, the Fifth Corps had recruited a total of 30-odd people. Those 30-odd people were people that the major family clans did not think highly of. They were the kind of people that were inferior to the best. Naturally, Han Shua was dissatisfied with the situation. Andre had urged Han Shua several times to quickly solve the problem of the remaining Fifth Corps Divine Guards as soon as possible and fulfill the responsibilities of the Fifth Corps. Even Han Shua felt a headache when faced with a vacancy of more than 900 people. He had already used his contacts in the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy to put up recruitment banners in every fortress city. In the spacious meeting hall of the Fifth Corps, Gilbert was cursing and swearing. A total of 70 to 80 people have entered the city over the past few days. Among them, 20 possessed mid-god strength and 13 had clean backgrounds. Unfortunately, they were invited away by the 3 major family clans as soon as they entered the City of Shadows. Damn it, when I mentioned the Han family in the City of Shadows, those fellas said that they had never heard of it. They said that it was beneath them to come to our Fifth Corps. Damn it, they are all so arrogant. Brian, no matter if it is the Han family or the Fifth Corps, as they have just started, they do not have much of a reputation. We are not the best candidates for those truly capable people who want to stand out. I'm afraid that this situation will not change in a short period of time. It seems that we need to change our strategy. As the former state preceptor of the Verdun dynasty, Statholm the Old Monster was very clear about this. He too was rather anxious when he saw that the Fifth Corps had not been able to find enough divine guards after a month had passed. It wasn't that the City of Shadows was devoid of people. The streets were filled with low gods cultivating in all kinds of energies. They would love nothing more than to join the Fifth Corps or the Han family. But unfortunately for them, Han Shua did not think highly of them. Following the principle of better to have nothing than to have a shoddy quality, Han Shua set the minimum requirement for the Fifth Corps Divine Guards to be mid-gods. Other than this basic requirement, Han Shua also asked Statholm, Ballins, and the others to test their temperament and character. Only those who passed Ballins and the others' approval could join the Fifth Corps. Most of the qualified divine guards were divided among the major family clans. The remaining ones were given to Stadholm and Bollens for vetting. Many of them did not meet the requirements. As such, the progress was very slow. It was only natural that they would not be able to find suitable divine guards. Do you have any good ideas? Han Shuo asked with bunched brows. He knew that, although Stadholm's strength had not improved all of a sudden, he had a good eye for things. Build momentum. Stadholm put on an elegant smile and gave a short and concise answer. Ermike nodded calmly and chimed in. After discussing with Stadholm, we feel that only by raising the status of the Han family in the City of Shadows and changing people's impression of the Han family will we be able to attract talents. All along, the impression that the Han family has left on people is that of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. For those who are determined to make a name for themselves, no matter how big a shop is, it is still a shop. It cannot give them the status and power they desire. Once we build the reputation of the Han family, even if we don't take the initiative to invite them, there will be an endless stream of people coming to join us. Both Stadholm and Ermike Cotton were wily old foxes. Now that they were wholeheartedly working for the Han family, they had given Han Shuo many good suggestions and saved Han Shuo a lot of trouble. After listening to the two explain the situation, Han Shuo thought for a moment before he nodded and said, I understand what you mean. I also know that this is where the problem lies. But what should we do in terms of building momentum? We can't just jump out and say that our Han family is very powerful and that they will all come to our Han family, right? Of course not. Ermike Cotton put on a faint smile and said, we can make use of people and events to build momentum. Explain in detail, asked Han Shuo with a faint smile. He knew Ermike Cotton very well. Han Shuo knew that Ermike Cotton must have a well-thought-out plan. There are 7 Divine Guard Corps in the City of Shadows. Every 100 years, the 7 Divine Guard Corps will compete against each other to determine their ranking. The number of participants in each competition is limited to 1 company. The true strength of each company will be determined through the selection of elites. The 7 Divine Guard Chiefs of the City of Shadows will also compete with each other to determine the rankings of the chiefs. Stadholm the old monster put on a faint smile and explained, the time for the competition is almost up. Our 5th Corps is able to gather a company. If our 5th Corps can surpass the other corps in the competition, and you can surpass the other Divine Guard Chiefs, the reputation of the 5th Corps and the Han family will truly grow. Ermike Cotton nodded smilingly and said, once you and the 5th Corps rank highly in the competition, the Han family will be able to get rid of the reputation of a shop and become a truly powerful family clan. By then, even if you don't take the initiative to recruit people, there will be people who will come to you to join the Han family and the 5th Corps. Brian, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Stadholm, the old monster, encouraged. The winner of the competition between the 7 Corps will be rewarded with a very attractive reward. It would be a waste not to take it. What reward? Asked Han Shuo after staring blankly for a moment. Stadholm, the old monster, clenched his fist and smilingly said, Greater power! I have also heard about the competition between the 7 Corps, but I didn't pay much attention to it. Tell me the details and the exact time. Han Shuo was rather tempted, and he began to ask Stadholm for details. As soon as Ermike and Stadholm saw that Han Shuo was tempted, they immediately took out the documents they had prepared beforehand and gave Han Shuo a detailed explanation of the competition in the City of Shadows 7 Corps. In order to increase the combat strength of the City of Shadows Divine Guard Chiefs and Divine Guards, as well as to promote healthy competition, Wallace personally presided over every competition. There were 2 types of competitions. One was a competition between Divine Guard Chiefs, and the other was a competition between the overall strength of every force. Of the 2, the overall strength of every force was more important. In all the previous competitions, the House of Saint had always firmly occupied the top 3 positions in overall strength and individual strength. Aqueous Sky had always been ranked first in individual strength, followed by the mysterious chief of the 2nd Corps, Ralph, and Erebus. The rankings of the other 4 major family clans would often change. However, in terms of overall strength, the the Second Corps had always been ranked first. Ralph, the chief of the Second Corps, rarely stayed in the City of Shadows. It was very rare for people in the City of Shadows to see him. However, his strength was not to be underestimated. The overall strength of the Second Corps was famous in the City of Shadows for being valiant. Every Divine Guard from the Second Corps was courageous and outstanding in killing. It was said that the Second Corps was also known as the Shadow Army of the City of Shadows. They were in charge of hunting down certain special targets. Those potential enemies who were plotting against the City of Shadows would often be silently eliminated by the assassins of the Second Corps. This made the Second Corps rather special in the City of Shadows. Other than the members of the House of Saint, even the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans were highly vigilant against the Second Corps. Han Shua took the information about the competition in his hands and listened to Ermike Cotton and Statholm's explanations. He quickly gained a clear understanding of the competition. Just as Statholm had said, after every competition, some of the duties of the 7 Corps would be adjusted according to the ranking of the Divine Guards. The one who ranked first in overall strength would also receive a special privilege, the right to kill first and report to the higher-ups of major family clans. This included the House of Saint. This meant that even if the person was from a major family clan, if the Chief of Divine Guard who received this special privilege felt that the person's actions had endangered the safety of the City of Shadows, he could kill the person on the spot as long as he presented sufficient evidence to Wallace. This was a great privilege. If the Chief of Divine Guard found someone to be an eyesore, he could kill the person first and fabricate evidence to report to Wallace. For so many years, this special privilege had been in the hands of the Chief of Second Corps, Ralph. Ralph had always been loyal and devoted to Wallace. Although he had obtained this special privilege, he had not really put it to good use. His conduct in the City of Shadows was commendable, and he had not made a single mistake for many years. The right to kill first and report to the higher-ups. Not bad, not bad. Han Shua laughed heartily and said, "All right then, let's get ready. We must emerge victorious in the competition. For the sake of the 5th Corps and the Han family, it is time for us to shine." Ermike Cotton and Statholm had been waiting for those words from Han Shua. They were overjoyed when they heard Han Shua's words. They said, "Even if we can't get first place, we must surpass the Divine Guards of the other 3 family clans. Once we defeat the other 3 family clans, those gods who come to the City of Shadows will reconsider their choices. By then, the 5th Corps will not have to worry about not being able to recruit suitable Divine Guards. How many men do our 5th Corps have at present?" Han Shua asked Statholm. "Including us, there are 91 men in total." "That's barely enough to form a company," Statholm replied in a grimace. 91 men are more than enough. In order to emerge victorious in the competition, it seems that I will have to personally train them." Han Shua's eyes glinted as he said, "Furthermore, the 5th Corps has yet to officially take over any duties. There is still some time before the competition ends. Send out my order. All 5th Corps Divine Guards are to head to Fort Lossberg." "No problem," replied Statholm straightforwardly. Asterisk, 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 at Fort Lossberg, Han Shua, Balin, Sanguiner, and Gilbert arrived ahead of time. In a mountain near Fort Lossberg, Tanai, Han Shua, Balin, Sanguiner, and Gilbert got to work. They turned the entire valley upside down and erected pitch-black stone pillars. The pillars were engraved with all sorts of complicated runes. The 4 used their flying swords to cut trenches in the ground and toss materials with special functions into the trenches. The 17 flying swords flew in all directions, leaving behind rays of sword light. They cut the stone walls around the valley until they were flat and filled with large rocks. The cauldron of Myriad Demon flew around the valley. Wherever the cauldron of Myriad Demon passed, it would leave mysterious runes on the stone pillars and on the rock walls. Han Shua busied himself for the next 10 days or so. He then ignited the earth fire and tossed in some demonic beast souls. officially activating the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to temper the Divine Guards. The Cauldron of Myriad Demon took out the demon generals refined from Eugene and used them as the core of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. A few days after the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was activated, the 5th Corps Divine Guards from the City of Shadows arrived at Fort Lossberg. As soon as they arrived at Fort Lossberg, they were brought to the valley by Candide. Han Shoa did not waste any time. He swept a cold glance at the Divine Guards and said, "The competition between the 7 Corps Divine Guards is about to begin. Although our 5th Corps does not have all the necessary numbers, we cannot afford to lag behind. I have gathered all of you from the City of Shadows to Fort Lossberg to train you before the competition. I hope that you will not embarrass me in the competition." "How does your lordship intend to train us?" a divine guard named Barnard asked in an indifferent manner. Han Shua pointed at the 8 Desolation and Torment formation that was filled with sinister winds and evil aura. He put on a faint smile and said, "It's right in there. All of you will have to go through all kinds of dangers inside. I will gradually increase the difficulty. You must know how to cooperate with each other. Otherwise, I will not be responsible for any injuries." Barnard was a civilian divine guard and the leader of a 10-man team. He nodded after hearing Han Shua's words. Without hesitation, he ordered, "3rd Corps, follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Barnard took the lead and entered the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. As soon as they saw Barnard enter, the members of the 3rd Squad didn't hesitate to enter one after another. The other squads of Divine Guards did not hesitate and entered the 8 Desolation and Torment formation one after another. These people knew nothing about demonic formations and didn't think much of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Little did they know that many of Cauldron Spirit's demon generals were still inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation that Han Shua had set up. On top of that, Han Shua's special energy was supporting the formation. It would be a wonder if the intruders didn't lose a layer of skin. As soon as those people entered, blood-curdling screams came from inside the demonic formation. It seemed that those people had seen an extremely terrifying scene. They couldn't bear it and were screaming in fear. The 8 Desolation and Torment formation was a combination of illusion, maze, and heart formations. Not only would the intruders have to resist their inner demons, but they would also have to face the attacks of the demon generals. Those demon generals would become much more powerful inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. With the help of Cauldron Spirit and Han Shua's energy, they would be able to inflict great damage on the intruders. Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were all laughing mischievously. When the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was first formed, the 3 were the first to be sent inside by Han Shua. The 3 had personally experienced many unimaginable scenes. Even now, they still felt some lingering fear when they thought about it. The 3 were gloating as they listened to the terrifying screams of the intruders. "Master, these bastards should be trained properly. I can tell that they are not convinced. They are looking at Master with eyes full of suspicion. It is as though they are certain that Master won't be able to take over the position. It pisses me off just looking at them," said Gilbert fiercely. "Senior, isn't the situation inside a little too cruel for them?" Ballins hesitated for a moment before he reminded Han Shua the 5th Corps has only a few people to begin with. What if those guys couldn't withstand the pressure and died inside? Where are we going to find more people? Ballins was a decisive person. It was not easy for him to say those words. It showed that he was truly thinking for Han Shua's sake. He was afraid that Han Shua would train those divine guards to death, leaving the 5th Corps with no one to rely on. "Don't worry, nothing will happen," comforted Han Shua. He smilingly said, "Unlike the 3 of you, the intensity of the training will be different. I will gradually increase the energy in the formation so that they can adapt to it bit by bit. These guys will be the pillars of our Han family and the 5th Corps in the future. I can't bear to let them die. Master, Why don't we let all the divine guards who join the 5th Corps in the future experience the formation? It will be very useful for training new recruits. The cruel environment will allow them to grow at the fastest speed and become the kind of talents that our 5th Corps needs the most, suggested Sanguiner. I have the same idea. We can spend some time to turn this place into a specialized training ground for divine guards. This place is very far from the City of Shadows, and there shouldn't be any problems. Those divine guards don't even know the function of the demonic formation. Most of them won't know what's going on inside. We can also use energy towers and boundary towers to camouflage the place. That will be even better, said Han Shuo smilingly. He was very satisfied with Sanguiner's suggestion. While Han Shuo and his party were chatting merrily and wittily outside the formation, the 5th Corps Divine Guards from the City of Shadows inside the formation had no choice but to face an extremely dangerous situation. Under the attacks of hundreds of demon generals that had materialized, the Divine Guards naturally formed a defensive perimeter. Their cooperation and tacit understanding with each other rapidly improved. It was only when faced with a life or death crisis that one's potential would be fully unleashed. Han Shuo clearly understood this. Chapter 756. At first, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was completely under Han Shuo's control. Later on, Cauldron Spirit took over, and Han Shuo was freed from it. The Divine Guards howled and wailed as they were ruthlessly drilled in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. As time flew by, they learned more and more about the importance of teamwork. Under Cauldron Spirit's guidance, the Divine Guards would face life and death every time they were in danger. But every time they thought that their teamwork would improve and the danger they faced would decrease, they would discover how wrong they were. Cauldron Spirit kept increasing the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, putting the Divine Guards on the verge of breaking through at every critical moment. Later on, when Balin, Sanguiner, and Gilbert saw that the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation had increased, they volunteered to enter the formation to train. Han Shuo naturally agreed and allowed Balins, Gilbert, and Gilbert to enter the formation. He instructed Cauldron Spirit to increase the power of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation a little more, and opened up a special area for the 3. Time flew by, and a month went by. Although the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was under Cauldron Spirit's control, Han Shuo was watching from the side. Through Cauldron Spirit's telepathic connection, Han Shuo could clearly see the Divine Guards' progress. He knew that they had been improving at lightning speed. In order to maximize the strength of the Divine Guards, Han Shuo had a discussion with Cauldron Spirit. Cauldron Spirit revealed some simple demonic formations to the Divine Guards. Those simple demonic formations were easy to master. Most of them required 3, 4, 5, 6, or 7 people to work together. Under Han Shuo's instruction, Cauldron Spirit had his demon general assume Han Shuo's appearance and explained the basic principles of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to the Divine Guards. As the formation was based on humans, it was very easy to understand. The Divine Guards had been cooperating with one another for the past few days. After listening to Cauldron Spirit's explanation a few times, many of them gradually grasped the basics. Cauldron Spirit continued to use the 8 Desolation and Torment formation to train the Divine Guards. The Divine Guards were slowly learning how to coordinate according to the demonic formations. They immediately realized the benefits of the demonic formations. With that, their enthusiasm soared and they put in a lot of effort to study the unique method of coordination. Unbeknownst to them, these Divine Guards were making rapid progress. Some of them even made breakthroughs to new realms under the terrifying pressure of the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. This greatly excited the other Divine Guards. They devoted all their energy into the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Han Shuo did not even need to urge them. Another month passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Candide sent a messenger to the valley to inform Han Shuo that Erebus and Aobashi had come to Fort Lost Burg and wanted to see him. Han Shuo did not want anyone to know about Tanai. Therefore, Candide did not dare to tell Erebus and Aobashi about Han Shua's presence in the fort. After all, Erebus and Aobashi were potential opponents of Han Shua in the upcoming competition of Divine Guards. If Erebus and Aobashi were to learn about the Fifth Corps, they would not be able to amaze the world. The 8th Desolation and Torment Formation was temporarily under the control of Cauldron Spirit. Han Shua believed that with Cauldron Spirit around, there would not be any problems. Therefore, after receiving the message, he left the valley and returned to Fort Lossberg. After receiving the energy crystals from Han Shua, Candide refurbished the Han family's residence in Fort Lossberg. Han Shua walked into the tallest building in Fort Lossberg. He could already see energy towers and boundary towers scattered in every corner of the building. Erebus and Aobashi were waiting for Han Shua in the guest hall. When they saw Han Shua walking into the building, they stood up and congratulated Han Shua at the same time. Now that Han Shua had been promoted to the chief of the Fifth Corps, he was on equal footing with Erebus and Aobashi. In the future, even if they were to collaborate on certain matters in the City of Shadows, Erebus and Aobashi would no longer be Han Shua's superiors. They would have to discuss many things with Han Shua. But of course, given the good relationship between Erebus, Aobashi, and Han Shua, there were many things that they did not have to fuss over. But the two were very happy that Han Shua had been promoted to a high position. After all, having Han Shua in the position was much better than having someone they didn't like. "Is there something the two of you have come to Fort Lossberg to look for me?" Han Shua looked at Erebus and Aobashi smilingly and asked, "Have you explained what happened in the valley? Did the city lords of Hushvale City and Darksoul City cause you trouble?" Erebus and Aobashi put on bitter smiles upon hearing those words. It appeared that the issue with Tanai Yamashita wasn't resolved very smoothly. Don't mention it. The two city lords were furious when they learned that their chief of Divine Guards was killed. Not only me and Aobashi, even his lordship was annoyed to death. Erebus shook his head, sighed, and explained, "It's not easy to solve such a terrible mess. His lordship has been talking to us every day for the past few days, asking us to solve the problem as soon as possible. The competition of the 7th Corps is about to begin. We've been annoyed to death. You two are so busy. How did you find the time to look for me?" Han Shua stared blankly for a moment and asked puzzledly, "It's because of the distribution of the energy mine." Aobashi glared at Han Shua and said, "You brat, you made such a big mess and you just walked away. We've been annoyed to death." "Hee, the capable are always busy." Han Shua forced a smile before he put on a stern face and said, "The total value of the energy crystals in that mine is at least 10 million black crystal coins. What does his lordship mean by this?" Initially, his lordship had wanted to monopolize the energy crystals in that mine. However, after the deaths of the chiefs of Divine Guards from Hushvale City and Darksoul City, the two city lords flew into a rage and refused to give in. My lordship had no choice but to take a step back and divide the energy crystals into 3. "The City of Shadows' share will go to your Han family and the House of Saint," said Aobashi. "So you're saying that more than half of the black crystal coins belong to Hushvale City and Darksoul City?" Han Shua put on a regretful face and said, "We've gone through so much trouble to take over that mine, but we didn't gain much from it." "Who told you to kill 2 of their chiefs?" Aobashi stared straight at Han Shua as she spoke. Her eyes were glistening as though she wanted to see Han Shua's reaction. "They died together. It has nothing to do with me." Han Shua shrugged and said in a carefree and unrestrained manner, "Don't talk nonsense." Aobashi giggled. She seemed to find Han Shua's reaction very amusing. She nodded and smilingly said, "All right then, I was wrong. Other than telling you about the distribution of the energy crystals in the mine, we have another piece of news for you." "What is it?" asked Han Shua casually. I have received news from Ralph of the Second Corps that Avery is currently in Hushvale City. He seems to be in cahoots with the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling. Both Avery and the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, Hassling, seem to be on bad terms with you. It is only a matter of time before they come after you. According to Ralph, they are discussing how to deal with you. I have come here to warn you to be careful. Aobashi put on a solemn face and said, Avery is not easy to deal with, but the master of Godswamp Pharmacy is even harder to deal with. Although the Godswamp Pharmacy isn't as powerful as a large family clan, they have pharmacies all over the Darkness Dominion. In terms of intelligence gathering, they have an advantage over large family clans. If those two are scheming to deal with you, you really have to be careful. So Avery and Hassling are in cahoots. No wonder. Han Shua nodded and said in a deep voice. Han Shua did not mind Aobashi's warning. Both Hassling and Avery were enemies of the City of Shadows. They shouldn't have much influence in the City of Shadows. As long as Han Shua didn't leave the City of Shadows, what could the two do to him? Besides, what could the two of them do to him? After mastering the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, would Han Shua be afraid of these two clowns? The official approval for Fort Lossberg has been issued. It now belongs to your Han family. You all need to put more effort into Fort Lossberg. It will be the foundation of your Han family in the future. Aobashi reminded Han Shua. Don't worry, I know what to do, replied Han Shua smilingly. I have said all that needs to be said. Do as you see fit. Erebus thought for a moment and asked, By the way, your Fifth Corps won't be participating in the centennial competition of the Divine Guards of the Seven Corps, right? Of course I will. Why not? Han Shua immediately put on a smile and replied, How can our Fifth Corps miss out on such a grand event? Aobashi looked at Han Shua suspiciously, giggled, and teased, Brian, I have heard a little about your Fifth Corps. Do you think you can gather enough men to form a company? Besides, we are competing in overall strength. Given the aptitude of those Divine Guards that your Fifth Corps has recently recruited, it is obvious that your Fifth Corps will rank last in the competition. Let's participate then. The most important thing is to participate. Erebus smilingly patted on Han Shua's shoulder and said, But don't worry too much about the results. Your Fifth Corps has just been rebuilt. It's normal that you won't get a good ranking. But when you run into me and Aobashi's Third Corps and First Corps, we will make sure you don't lose too badly. We are so familiar with each other. Although we won't go easy on you, we will at least give you some face. Aobashi giggled. It seemed that the two were certain that Han Shua's Fifth Corps was just there to make up the numbers. They did not believe that the newly rebuilt Fifth Corps would be able to get a good ranking in the competition. It was still too early to say who would win or lose. Han Shua was chuckling mischievously in his mind, but his face was as gentle as ever. He smilingly said, Well then, I thank you in advance. Aobashi and Erebus did not say anything else. They bade farewell and left. Han Shua knew that the two were very busy and did not try to persuade them to stay. After Aobashi and Erebus left, Han Shua mumbled to himself with a sneer, Avery Hassling, if you dare to come, I won't mind killing you. Han Shua, who had planned to return to the valley to train his Divine Guards, decided not to rush back after thinking that Cauldron Spirit was there to look after them. Instead, he discussed matters regarding Fort Lossberg with Candide and the others. During the discussion about the territory of Fort Lossberg, Han Shua unintentionally saw the name Demon Mountain. The Demon Mountain was located between Fort Lossberg and Skyarcid Fort. It was within the territory of the City of Shadows. When Han Shua and Akeley first arrived on Elysium, they found their first pot of gold at the Demon Mountain. However, it was at the Demon Mountain that Han Shua met Rose, the spider goddess. She was the evil goddess that Han Shua had a grudge with back on Profound Continent. Back then, Rose had borrowed Adele's body and nearly killed Han Shua. Later on, She had instructed Adele to spread her faith in Bretel City. After Adele was captured by Han Shua had even communicated with Rose. A series of memories flashed in Han Shua's mind. Han Shua thought for a moment and felt that he should make a trip to the Demon Mountain. On one hand, the Demon Mountain was Fort Lasberg's territory, and on the other hand, he wanted to settle this grudge as soon as possible. Although Rose was a foreign race, she cultivated in the energy of darkness and possessed high god strength. To Han Shua, even if he didn't borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy, using the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he would be able to contend against early and mid-stage high god experts. Based on what Han Shua felt about Rose, she should only possess mid-stage high god strength of darkness. Han Shua was confident that he could defeat her. As Cauldron Spirit still needed to train the divine guards, Han Shua did not bring Cauldron Spirit to the valley. From the outside, the Demon Mountain looked like a malevolent demon. It towered into the clouds. When Han Shua arrived at the Demon Mountain, he unfolded his consciousness and immediately discovered a powerful aura of life within the mountain. He immediately knew that Spider Goddess Rose was in there. Elysium was a material plane with many races. The foreign races on the Elysium could cultivate in the 12 fundamental forces. They also worshipped the 12 overgods. Therefore, they had the right to live in any divine dominions and were no different from ordinary people. Some of the city lords in the divine dominions were foreign races. Legend has it that some of the 12 overgods were of foreign races. Therefore, there wasn't much racial prejudice on Elysium. It was just that some of the foreign races had different living habits compared to humans. Some of them didn't like to live in groups. For example, Spider Goddess Rose preferred to live alone in the mountain. She didn't want to take human form and live in the City of Shadows. If a foreign race like Spider Goddess Rose were to head to the City of Shadows, she would surely be put in an important position. The 4 major family clans would definitely fight over her. Han Shua wasn't afraid of Spider Goddess Rose's powerful aura. He continued to walk leisurely towards the Demon Mountain. This time, Spider Goddess Rose was not in a deep slumber like the last time. As soon as Han Shua entered the Demon Mountain, he was discovered by Spider Goddess Rose before he could even enter the mountain. "This is my territory. Please leave." Spider Goddess Loltha's voice came from the belly of the Demon Peak. Generally speaking, foreign races like Rose would have to obtain permission from their masters before they decided to live in the City of Shadows. In other words, City Lord Wallace of the City of Shadows should be aware of her existence and had assigned this Demon Mountain to her. Correspondingly, Rose had to abide by the rules of the City of Shadows and was not allowed to kill gods in the vicinity. If Han Shua and Akeley hadn't come specifically to steal Rose's divine essences, Rose wouldn't have chased after them in a fit of rage. "Rose, do you still remember me?" Han Shua walked into the Demon Mountain, smilingly. His consciousness began to transform, adjusting his soul imprint to the one he had on Profound Continent. Chapter 7:57. Every time one made a breakthrough in demonic arts, their consciousness imprint would change accordingly. Back when Han Shua was on the Profound Continent, his demonic arts had yet to reach the level he was at today. Therefore, his consciousness imprint was very different from what it was now. The consciousness had infinite uses, and it wasn't difficult for Han Shua to alter his imprint. As soon as Han Shua entered the Demon Mountain, his consciousness imprint changed accordingly, reverting to the state he had when he fought Lolth back on Profound Continent. Rose grew impatient when she saw that Han Shua still wanted to enter the Demon Mountain, despite her warning. She was ready to kill Han Shua right in front of the Demon Mountain. Rose had to abide by the rules of the City of Shadows. She was not allowed to take the initiative to kill any gods that passed by. However, if anyone dared to trespass on her territory despite her warning, it would be considered a provocation to her. Even if she were to kill the trespasser, it would not be considered a violation of the rules of the City of Shadows. Rose was about to send her darkness divine energy into the demon mountain when Han Shuo suddenly said, "Rose, do you still remember me?" She was stunned for a moment. She did not immediately attack Han Shuo. Instead, she sized up Han Shuo in puzzlement. As Han Shuo's consciousness imprint changed, Rose became more and more puzzled. By the time Han Shuo's consciousness imprint had completely reverted to its original state, Rose said in a cold voice, "So it's you." "That's right. Back when we were on the profound continent, we even spoke to each other. It's good that you still remember me." "Very good, very good." Han Shuo calmly walked into the demon mountain. He ignored the dangers in every step of the way and headed straight for the depths of the mountain. He continued, "Oh, right. I remember the last time I was here. I was the one who obtained those divine essences that you collected. You should remember them, right?" Rose, who was inside the mountain, was furious. She sneered and said, "It seems that you are here to die today." One after another, small spiders crawled out from the depths of the mountain. They circled around Han Shuo's body and went straight to the entrance of the cave where Han Shuo came from. Those small spiders spat out spider silk and quickly sealed the entrance of the cave where Han Shuo came in. There was a very strong fluctuation of dark, divine power on the surface. Han Shuo could clearly see the situation behind him. He knew that Rose wanted to kill him, but Han Shuo didn't care. This time was different from the past. He didn't have to hide when facing Rose. The fact that he dared to come in was a testament to his confidence. While those small spiders were weaving their webs behind Han Shuo, the extremely fast Han Shuo had already passed through the winding caves and arrived at the enormous cave where Metal Elite Zombie came from. The enormous body of the human-faced spider goddess Rose was at the center of the cave. Spider webs covered every corner of the cave. She raised her head and looked at Han Shuo with her beautiful face. Her pair of eyes were cold and emotionless. Without looking at the spider goddess' gigantic body, just looking at her beautiful face would move most people's hearts. Her face was bright and moving. Her eyes were serene, and her lips were plump and rosy. No matter how one looked at her, she was a beauty. "Rose, you are also a high god. Why do you insist on staying in this cave that never sees the light of day?" Han Shuo walked in with a faint smile on his face. He first sized up the surroundings and then asked nonchalantly. Rose's cold and gloomy eyes were fixed on Han Shuo. She did not answer his question. In Rose's eyes, Han Shuo was merely a mid-god. She didn't understand why a mid-god would come here to court death. Rose's heart was filled with puzzlement, especially when she saw that Han Shuo was so fearless. Rose, who hated Han Shuo so much, did not dare to act rashly. "This time, I'm here to settle an old score with you." Han Shuo didn't ask further when he saw that Rose didn't answer. He smilingly looked at Rose and explained, "Back on the profound continent, you used Adele, your divine slave, to almost get me killed. Later on, you had Adele wreak havoc in my territory. Tell me, what should I do?" "You're asking me what should I do?" Rose suddenly shrieked. She sneered and said, "On that low-level material plane, you repeatedly ruined my plans and raped and murdered my followers. After coming to this material plane, you stole my divine essences. How dare you ask me what should I do? Brat, I don't care what backing you have, but don't even think of leaving this place alive. It seems that you don't have any more divine essences in your cave. Sigh, it seems that we won't be able to get enough spoils this time." Han Shuo sighed softly after looking around. He seemed rather helpless. This guy had obviously provoked Rose, reminding her of the divine essences that Han Shuo stole from the Demon Mountain. Therefore, Rose could no longer hold back. She immediately let out an ear-piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the entire Demon Mountain. As soon as she shrieked, Rose's razor-sharp claws suddenly slashed at Han Shuo. Those sharp claws glittered with faint radiance. Divine energy of darkness flowed within the claws like flowing water. At the same time, the domain of divinity of darkness suddenly unfolded. The already dim interior of the mountain was immediately plunged into absolute darkness. The element of darkness converged towards Rose's domain of divinity from all directions. As more and more elements of darkness gathered, all the light in the area was swallowed up by the darkness. Rose didn't dare to underestimate Han Shuo in the slightest. Seeing how fearless Han Shuo was, she immediately attacked with all her might, treating Han Shuo as an expert on the same level as her. Han Shuo looked straight at Rose with a calm expression. Only when Rose's sharp claws came slashing at him did he release the 17 flying swords. With a thought, 17 flying swords spread out from his back like a peacock spreading its tail, blocking all of Spider Goddess Loltha's sharp claws. The flying swords were even sharper than Loltha's claws, and they also carried terrifying corrosive acid and cold poison. Only the sound of metal clashing could be heard, and Loltha's lightning-fast claws were attracted at an even faster speed. After just one clash, Rose could sense the terrifying corrosive power of Han Shuo's flying swords. When the corrosive power came into contact with her sharp claws, the corrosive power and cold poison immediately seeped into her body through her sharp claws. The darkness divine energy in her sharp claws that was supposed to be used to kill Han Shuo was instead used to defend against the cold poison and acid poison. She simply couldn't unleash her full potential. Fortunately, Rose had attacked with all her might from the very beginning and didn't lower her guard because of Han Shuo's mesmerizing mid-god realm. Otherwise, Rose would have suffered greatly from the very first clash. Youngster, what kind of energy are you using? Why isn't your eyesight affected at all? And why are your divine weapons so insidious? Rose immediately shrieked after the first strike. When Rose's sharp claws came into contact with the demonic yuan imbued in the 17 flying swords, she immediately discovered that the energy was very foreign to her. The corrosive and cold poison on the flying swords were even more insidious and overbearing. She immediately jumped in fright. When she looked at Han Shuo again, she found him even more unfathomable. She didn't dare to lower her guard. "It's none of your business." Han Shuo put on a mischievous smile. The 17 flying swords on his back suddenly shot out and went straight for Rose. After one strike, Han Shuo confirmed that Rose's strength was indeed that of a mid-stage high god. The 17 flying swords whizzed past Rose, ignoring the space of absolute darkness created by Rose. They followed the trajectory of the Avicii god-slaying sword formation and enveloped Rose. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Without borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo had no choice but to use his full strength. The whistling of the flying swords was extremely ear-piercing in the cave. It was rather similar to Rose's shriek. However, as there were 17 flying swords in total, the ear-piercing shrieks were much louder and lasted longer than Rose's shriek. When the shrieks entered Rose's ears, she felt rather uneasy. But she didn't think too much about it. Rose's silk-like white hair fluttered in the wind. Tiny spiders floated along with her hair. After landing on the ground, they rapidly crawled towards Han Shuo. There were thousands of tiny spiders. Just looking at them would cause one's scalp to tingle. Those tiny spiders contained the divine energy of darkness bestowed by Rose. They swarmed towards Han Shuo. It was definitely not a pleasant thing to be drowned by them. After the little spiders were sent flying by Loltha's long hair, her sharp claws continuously flashed and danced, forming a black screen of light around her body, firmly blocking the 17 flying swords from enveloping her. Rose was wary of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords that possessed astonishing corrosive power and cold poison. Even when she used the tiny spiders to attack Han Shuo, she did not stop defending against the 17 flying swords. Naturally, the Avicii god-slaying sword formation was not that easy to deal with. Without Cauldron Spirit's energy, even if he couldn't deploy Avicii Hell, the Avicii god-slaying sword formation formed using the most basic formation would be very difficult to defend against. This was especially true when the 17 flying swords carried terrifying acidic and chilling toxins. A series of clanging noises rang out as the 17 flying swords landed on the dark light curtain formed by Rose's dancing claws. Under the dual effect of the 17 flying swords' corrosive power and cold poison, the dark light curtain consumed Rose's divine energy at an alarming rate. Rose suffered greatly. Rose complained incessantly in her mind. She continuously commanded the thousands of tiny spiders to bite Han Shuo to death as soon as possible. Seeing the tiny spiders charging towards him, Han Shuo sneered and said, "You are all in a hurry to die. Very well." Han Shuo casually grabbed a handful of green phosphorus sand and sprinkled it at the tiny spiders. As soon as the green phosphorus sand came into contact with the tiny spiders, it immediately ignited with faint green phosphorus fire. The phosphorus fire that was specially refined by Han Shuo could burn anything it came in contact with. The thousands of tiny spiders were already densely packed together. When the green phosphorus sand sprinkled on them, all of them were set ablaze. The green phosphorus sand was also an extremely vicious, demonic weapon. It was the most lethal weapon against those tiny spiders whose life force was not very strong. Amid the crackling sounds of burning, the tiny spiders let out incessant shrieks. The air was filled with the smell of burnt flesh. Spider Goddess Rose, who was desperately defending against the 17 flying swords, placed her hopes on the swarm of tiny spiders. When she saw that the tiny spiders were engulfed in phosphorus fire, Rose's expression changed abruptly. Her heart ached. "I'll fight you to the death!" Rose shrieked when she saw the tiny spiders being burned into tiny black dots by the sea of flames. The spider web that enveloped the entire mountain suddenly swayed and shot towards Han Shuo. The giant spider web was extremely large, and its speed was both fast and sudden. Han Shuo could not react in time. Caught off guard, Han Shuo was completely enveloped by the giant spider web. Each strand of spider silk was incomparably nimble. As soon as it landed on Han Shuo's body, it would entangle him with all its might. In just a short while, all the spider silk had tightened, trapping Han Shuo firmly. Rose, whose darkness divine energy was being depleted by the 17 flying swords, suddenly sneered when she saw that her spider web was effective. "Brat, you're dead meat." After saying that, Rose channeled her darkness divine energy into the mountain she had been cultivating in. With the help of the darkness domain of divinity enveloping the center of the mountain, her darkness divine energy surged towards the spider silk that was binding Han Shuo's demonic body. With the injection of darkness divine energy, each strand of spider silk became even more flexible and resilient. A portion of the spider silk still bound Han Shuo tightly, while the remaining strands were released and pierced towards Han Shuo's body like sharp needles. How is that possible? Rose screamed. She had not expected Han Shuo's body to be so strong. She was at a loss of what to do. Dang, dang, dang. The spider webs did not give up and pierced Han Shuo's body, but they were unable to truly harm Han Shuo. Don't waste your time. The amount of darkness divine power that these spider webs can withstand is too little. They can't hurt me at all. Although Han Shuo was unable to break free from the spider silk, his expression was calm. His divine sense controlled the 17 flying swords to continue attacking Rose while he spoke coldly. "I don't believe that you are invulnerable." Rose let out a shrill shriek. The spider threads were trying to drill into Han Shuo's ears, nostrils, eyes, and other open areas. "Then I will make you give up completely." Han Shuo smiled faintly. Using his powerful control over his body, he changed his ears and nostrils. Suddenly, a small piece of hard flesh blocked Han Shuo's nostrils and ears. He closed his eyes and pursed his lips. The spider threads were once again unable to do anything. The amount of darkness divine power that the spider threads could withstand was limited. If this level of attack were to land on other gods, Even experts like Erebus and Aobashi, who were on the same level as Rose, would have a headache. Once they were entangled by the spider threads, and Rose used this method to attack them, even Aobashi and Erebus would be riddled with holes. It was very likely that they would be killed by Rose. Unfortunately, Rose's opponent was Han Shuo. Han Shuo's body was incomparably tough. After reaching the second stage of Omen Invincible Body, the defensive power of his body had increased by a large margin. Since the spider threads could not withstand enough darkness divine power, it was natural that she would not be able to harm Han Shuo. When Rose saw that not only was Han Shuo invulnerable, but he could also control his nostrils and ears at will, she felt as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Rose had never seen a demonic arts cultivator like Han Shuo before. She simply could not imagine that someone could cultivate such a miraculous level of control over his body. Seeing that her attack was futile and that she had consumed a large amount of darkness divine power to defend against the 17 flying swords, Rose suddenly had the thought of retreating quickly. As she was firmly entangled by the 17 flying swords, Rose could not get close to Han Shuo at all. However, when she saw that Han Shuo was firmly entangled by the spider threads, she also thought that Han Shuo could not do anything to her. This was the best opportunity for her to leave. "Brat, I will remember you. I won't accompany you today. I will take my revenge on you sooner or later." Rose glared at Han Shuo with her cold and gloomy eyes. She then prepared to leave the Demon Mountain. When Han Shuo saw that Rose was about to leave, he exerted all his strength to break free from the spider threads entangling him. However, as the 17 flying swords required the support of his demonic yuan, he could not use all his strength to break free. Every single strand of the spider threads was imbued with Rose's darkness divine power. They were densely entangled around his body, and it was not that easy to break free. We are considered to be even today. I have consumed too much of my divine power this time. There are still a few attacks that I can't use. Next time, I'll be sure to show you who's boss. Rose coldly glared at Han Shuo and left him with these words. Although Rose said that, she knew that she had lost this time. If she did not leave, she would not be able to harm Han Shuo. Furthermore, the flying swords were constantly wearing her down. Sooner or later, her divine power would be exhausted. In the end, the one who would die would be her. "Rose, you can escape." Han Shuo sneered when he saw that he could not break free from the spider threads. As soon as those words left his mouth, a flying sword flew back to Rose and quickly slashed at the spider threads entangling her body. However, Rose's spider threads were indeed tough. With a single slash, only a few of them were broken. It would take some time for a flying sword to cut all the spider threads. However, it was apparent that Lolth wasn't willing to give Han Shuo the time to sever all the spider webs. After one of the flying swords left, Lolth clearly felt the pressure on her lesson. She no longer dared to continue talking nonsense with Han Shuo. While fending off the remaining 16 flying swords, she fled towards the outside of the Demon Mountain. Her sharp claws repeatedly hacked at the mountainside, causing large boulders to fall down, blocking the pursuit of the 16 flying swords. With a thought, he retrieved all 16 flying swords. Rays of light shot out and circled around him, cutting the spider threads one after another. Soon enough, Han Shuo freed himself from the spider threads. With one thought, Han Shuo immediately sensed the direction in which Rose fled. He immediately chased after her with the art of the demonic ninth heavens. Rose had consumed too much of her divine energy today. This was the best opportunity to eliminate her. If he missed this opportunity, it would not be easy to find her again in the future. Although Rose fled quickly, Han Shuo was even faster. When she had just fled several hundred miles away, Han Shuo had already blocked her path. Without saying a word, he once again unleashed the 17 flying swords. This time, Han Shuo did not stay idle. The moment the 17 flying swords entangled Rose, he charged straight for her. His avatar of destruction transformed into the Demon's Lair Edge and was carried by Han Shuo. Wait a minute. Actually, there's no unresolvable enmity between us. I don't want those divine essences. Seeing Han Shuo charging at her with a ferocious expression, Rose was truly flustered. She could neither defeat him nor escape. Rose was at a loss of what to do. Her tone began to soften. Han Shuo remained unmoved. He did not utter a single word as he stared fixedly at Rose. His expression was grim. It was obvious that he had no intention of letting her go. I surrender. I am willing to be your slave. Rose immediately shrieked when she saw that Han Shuo was unmoved. Chapter 758. The 17 flying swords suddenly stopped in front of Lolth. The sharp tips of the swords were pointed at her, and the chill was bone-chilling. Loltha's body was frozen stiff, and her heart was in turmoil. Holding the Demon's Lair Edge in his hand, Han Shuo walked towards Rose with a callous face. He stared into Rose's eyes and asked in an indifferent tone, "How can I trust you?" The Fifth Corps was short of manpower, and High God experts were even rarer. An expert of Rose's level would be a target that any force would deliberately try to rope in. Han Shuo was the only High God expert in the Han family at present. If Rose were to submit to him, the strength of the Han family would surely be greatly enhanced. Han Shuo and Rose did have a feud, but when he thought about it, Rose did not really harm him or those around him. On the contrary, it was Han Shuo who had the upper hand in their battle. Facing the cold radiance of the 17 flying swords and Han Shuo's overbearing gaze, Rose appeared rather anxious. She hastily said in her clear and cold voice, "There is no unresolvable hatred between us. There is no need for us to fight to the death over a trifling matter in a low-level material plane. How can I trust that you are willing to be my slave and sincerely work for me?" Han Shuo raised the Demon's Lair Edge and pointed it at Rose along with the 17 flying swords. His voice was cold and indifferent. It seemed as though he would start a massacre if there was any disagreement. Rose immediately knew that she had no choice. If she couldn't give Han Shuo a satisfactory answer, she would not be able to escape death. Rays of light flashed across Rose's eyes. She quickly racked her brains for a solution. After hesitating for a moment, Rose said, "I am willing to make an oath in the name of the over-god of darkness." "I don't believe in oaths." Han Shuo coldly shouted and said, "Give me some practical advice." Rose's beautiful human face was filled with bitterness, and she said dejectedly, "What do you think we should do?" Han Shuo was silent for a moment, and then suddenly shouted, "Release your divine soul. We will establish a master-slave contract." Rose's face was filled with shock. A master-slave contract could only be successfully concluded if one party completely released their divine soul and allowed the other party to slaughter them. Once the contract was formed, the master-slave relationship would be confirmed. As long as the master willed it, he could use the master-slave contract to take the slave's life. Once the contract was completed, Rose would not be able to play any tricks. "You can either die, or you can completely open your soul and allow me to march into your soul and establish a master-slave contract with you." When Han Shuo saw that Rose was hesitating, he knew that she wasn't sincere about surrendering. Killing intent rose in his heart again. His face was filled with impatience. The Demon's Lair Edge and the flying swords in his hands glowed brilliantly as he gradually approached Rose. As the flying swords and the Demon's Lair Edge inched closer, the terror on Rose's face grew more and more intense. She suddenly sensed that her surroundings had been frozen. The 17 flying swords were releasing a miraculous energy that was cutting off her hope of escape. Generally speaking, high gods would prepare some means of escape for themselves. Of course, once such means were used, it would definitely cause harm to the user. They would either be injured physically or have to use a divine weapon of excellent quality. Han Shuo believed that Rose should have such means. Rose would rather pretend to surrender than use that means. This meant that once released, she would suffer great harm. As Han Shuo approached step by step, he secretly activated the energy of the 17 flying swords to cast a confinement spell. He filled the space between the 17 flying swords with chaotic energy so that Rose would have no chance to escape. Rose suddenly felt as though she had spun a cocoon around herself. She originally wanted to pretend to surrender and find another opportunity to kill Han Shuo. She didn't expect that Han Shuo would be so insidious. He actually took advantage of the opportunity to cut off her hope of escape bit by bit, causing her to be at her wit's end. Rose, don't waste your time. No matter what tricks you have up your sleeves, they are all useless now. Han Shuo's voice was cold. He said indifferently, "While you were wasting your time with me, I had already cut off your escape route bit by bit. Now, you really only have two choices. You can either be killed by me and have your divine soul obliterated, or you can completely release your divine soul and let me control you. We will form a master-slave contract." Rose wanted to cry, but had no tears. When she heard Han Shuo's indifferent words and sensed the ice-cold killing intent coming from his body, Rose really panicked. She didn't want to be ordered around. Once a master-slave contract was formed, she would forever lose her freedom and become a tool in Han Shuo's hands. But if she didn't drag out her life today, she knew that only death would await her. Rose was in a dilemma when faced with a difficult choice. Han Shuo coldly gazed at Rose. He used the 17 flying swords to completely cut off her escape route while the demon's lair edge in his hand stabbed inch by inch towards Rose. He roared, "Do you really want to die?" This roar was incomparably ear-piercing. Han Shuo had used the soul-assimilating demonic sound of demonic arts. The demonic sound had the wonderful power to bewitch people's hearts. It immediately surged into Rose's mind and divine soul. If it were any other time, the soul-assimilating demonic sound wouldn't have any effect on Rose. But now that Rose had lost her mind and was flustered, the soul-assimilating demonic sound immediately took effect. Rose, who was still in a dilemma and hesitating, was suddenly affected by the bewitching power of the soul-assimilating demonic sound. She immediately screamed in panic, "I surrender!" As soon as she finished speaking, under the influence of the soul-assimilating demonic sound, Rose let go of her divine soul and completely lost control of her own will. She didn't resist at all, allowing Han Shuo's consciousness to directly enter her divine soul and form the most unfair master-slave contract with her. A glistening dark light flashed in Rose's eyes. Han Shuo and Rose looked at each other. After a while, the master-slave contract was completed. An imprint formed in Rose's divine soul. That imprint corresponded with Han Shuo's consciousness. As long as Han Shuo willed it, he could decide Rose's life or death. As soon as the master-slave contract was completed, Rose immediately realized that something was wrong. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of terror and shrieked, "You! What did you do to me just now?" Han Shuo shrugged and said smilingly, "I formed a master-slave contract with you, of course." The demon's lair edge was put away by Han Shuo. The 17 flying swords also returned to Han Shuo's hand. This was to show that he was no longer hostile towards her. Arg! Rose shrieked in pain. Her razor-sharp claws fluttered wildly as though she couldn't accept the fact for a moment. Under Han Shuo's gaze, Rose, who had lost her composure, frantically brandished her sharp claws and chopped down all the ancient trees in the mountain range. Sand and pebbles were sent flying everywhere. The entire area was nearly razed to the ground by her enormous, human-faced spider body. Han Shuo continued to look at Rose with a faint smile. Once the master-slave contract was completed, Rose was powerless to reverse it. From that day onwards, she would be a loyal servant of his Han family. It would be strange if he didn't feel happy to have a high god servant in his hands. Rose gradually calmed down after going berserk for a while. Under the smiling gaze of Han Shuo, Rose's body gradually shrunk. Her sharp claws retracted into her body. Her body gradually changed. Her spider body gradually shrunk, and a tall, slender, and delicate human body gradually took shape. In just a few dozen seconds, Spider Goddess Rose's face didn't change, but her body had transformed into that of a young woman with long, slender legs. Spider Goddess Rose's spider body had faded away. Her new human body, coupled with her beautiful face, had suddenly become beautiful and alluring. She also gave off an evil and seductive aura that was very attractive. She wore a dark, tight-fitting gown with mysterious patterns that accentuated her long and slender legs. Rose's delicate body was curvaceous and had perfect curves. The most eye-catching feature of her was her long, snow-white hair. It was silky and glossy, and looked like spider silk no matter how one looked at it. Rose stood tall and straight in front of Han Shuo. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't connect her to the human-faced spider form that he had just seen. "You, what did you do to me just now?" Rose's eyes were as cold as ever. She glared at Han Shuo with some resentment. I just concluded a master-slave contract." Looking at Rose, whose body had changed greatly, Han Shuo was lost for a moment. He shook his head and said, "I almost couldn't recognize you after you turned into a human." "I mean before the master-slave contract was concluded." Rose looked at Han Shuo with a bitter expression and said in a cold voice, "You must have done something to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have concluded a contract with you so easily. After I concluded the contract with you, I suddenly had a very strong feeling that something was wrong." A high god was, after all, a high god. Even when she was in a trance, she could still maintain a terrifying vigilance. If it wasn't for that kind of situation, the soul-assimilating siren wouldn't have been effective on Rose. She immediately sensed that something was wrong when she woke up. It seemed that she had sensed that Han Shuo had done something to her. "Remember to call me master in the future," shouted Han Shuo coldly. "The master-slave contract has been concluded. From today onwards, you are my slave. You better behave yourself when you address me." Not only could a master-slave contract allow the master to control the slave's life and death, but it would also form a wonderful connection between the two. Rose looked at Han Shuo indignantly. Han Shuo also looked back at her coldly. Now that Han Shuo was her master, Rose quickly gave in. Although she was unwilling, she eventually called out in a low voice, "Master!" "All right." Han Shuo nodded and said, "As a slave, you shouldn't question your master. Come, follow me and leave the Demon Mountain. From today onwards, you, Rose, are no longer a spider goddess, but a loyal slave of the Han family. You better forget your original identity as soon as possible." Rose's bright and cold eyes stared at Han Shuo. Her sexy and plump lips were lightly pursed. It seemed that she was still somewhat unwilling to accept her new identity. She had some instinctive resistance towards the lowly title of slave. She had always been high and mighty for a long time. Even when she faced high gods who were more powerful than her, she had never suffered such humiliating treatment. But suddenly, she was pushed down from her high and mighty altar to the mortal world. She had even become the slave of a minor god from a low-level material plane that she once looked down upon. Just thinking about it made her feel very aggrieved. Especially since Rose was very arrogant, it was even more difficult for her to accept this new identity. She instinctively began to reject the identity of a slave. Han Shuo noticed the changes in Rose's expression. He knew that it would be impossible to make this high god sincerely submit to him within a short period of time. Fortunately, the master-slave contract had been concluded, and Han Shuo had plenty of time. Therefore, he wasn't particularly concerned. "By the way, I'm very curious about your escape technique. What would you have done if I hadn't sealed that space?" Han Shuo turned his head to look at Rose, who was following closely behind him, and asked in an indifferent manner while walking towards Fort Losberg. Rose suddenly became rather coy. Her bright eyes avoided Han Shua's gaze. She did not look at Han Shua and said in a low voice, "Can I not tell you?" "You can't," shouted Han Shua. Rose glared at Han Shua and said, "I can use my long hair to escape, but my divine energy will regress. Most importantly, my long hair will fall off and I will become bald." When Rose said that she would become bald, she wore a horrified face as though it was even more terrifying than the regression of her divine energy. Han Shua was dumbfounded. He asked, "Do you care more about the regression of your divine energy or the regression of your divine energy?" "Of course it's scarier without hair," replied Rose immediately. She looked coldly at Han Shua and said, "If it wasn't for the fact that I'm so ugly without hair, I wouldn't have been restrained by you and ended up in this state." Women were women after all. Even if they were from a different race, they could not escape the nature of women. Han Shua shook his head. He really did not know whether to laugh or cry. She had not dared to act rashly because of her long hair. In the end, she had become his slave. Women's thoughts were indeed very strange. However, other than her long and slender legs, Rose's snow-white hair was very pleasing to the eye. Her smooth, snow-white hair was soft and glossy. Coupled with her charming face and beautiful legs, she gave off a seductive and devilish beauty. "Where are you taking me?" asked Rose after a while as she followed behind Han Shua. "Fort Lossberg." Han Shua looked back at her and replied indifferently, "Can I not go?" Rose hesitated for a moment. She frowned and said softly, "I don't like crowded places." "You must follow me." Han Shua smiled and said, "Habits can be changed. From now on, you must try to change your original habits. Follow me and don't talk nonsense. Do whatever I tell you to do. If you can satisfy me, I will cancel the master-slave contract with you after 100 years. You can go or stay as you please." At first, Rose was very unwilling, but when she heard Han Shua say that she could go or stay after 100 years, Rose's eyes lit up. She was clearly excited and exclaimed, "Are you serious? You will cancel the master-slave contract after 100 years?" For a god like Rose, 100 years was too short a time. When she heard that she could be free, hope reignited in Rose's heart. Han Shua nodded and said with a smile, "That will depend on your performance. If you can satisfy me in 100 years, I will definitely keep my promise." "All right, I will go with you to a crowded place. I only hope that you will keep your promise." Rose had hope in her heart. She no longer cared about the small details and immediately agreed. "That's right. Don't worry. I will give you your freedom after 100 years." Han Shua guaranteed with a straight face. 100 years was a short time for Rose, but it was enough for Han Shua to do a lot of things. Even if Rose was free after 100 years, she probably wouldn't be able to leave the Han family. Han Shua laughed inwardly. Chapter 759. Fort Lossberg. The Han family. Han Shua had not been away for long. After he returned, Fort Lossberg did not undergo any changes. Everything was the same as before. It was Han Shua himself who had changed. When he left, he was alone. But when he returned, he was accompanied by the seductive spider goddess Rose. Rose was not fond of socializing with others. She had been following behind Han Shua in silence. She did not show the slightest interest in the scenery or people around her. She did not speak a single word and was as silent as a rock. Candide and the others were very busy working on Fort Lossberg. The few of them had experience in managing a city. They were all in high spirits after taking control of the fort. They used the energy crystals provided by Han Shua to equip several energy towers and boundary towers on the city gates to strengthen the fort's overall defensive power. After staying at the Han family for a while, Han Shua saw that everything was on track. He brought Rose to the valley where the divine guards of the Fifth Corps were trained. In Tanai, the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation was being operated by Cauldron's spirit. Chilling winds blew and killing intent soared into the sky. Rays of multicolored light interweaved within the formation. Mournful screams could be heard from the formation. The divine guards did not relax for even a moment under Cauldron's spirit's ruthless training. Outside Tanai's 8 desolation and torment formation, a dozen or so divine guards were sitting cross-legged. They all wore focused expressions. Strange lights would flash across their bodies from time to time. Their domains of divinity did not interfere with each other's business. With just a glance, Han Shuo could tell that the dozen or so divine guards had gone through cruel training in the 8 desolation and torment formation. Their willpower had been greatly improved, and they had gained new insights into the energy they cultivated. In order to allow the divine guards to absorb all the insights they suddenly gained, Cauldron's spirit had driven them out of the formation so that they could calm down and carefully comprehend the new insights they gained. Gilbert was also among the divine guards. He was sitting cross-legged on a boulder with a solemn face. His usual impudence was gone from his face as he quietly comprehended the insights he gained from the formation. Gilbert had just arrived on Elysium and had just reached early stage, low god of darkness. It was not surprising that Han Shuo could make a breakthrough under the training of the formation. Spider goddess Lolth, who had been following behind Han Shuo without saying a word, was rather surprised when she arrived at the valley. Before she entered, she had noticed that the valley was covered with layers of barriers. It was not easy for those with low strength to discover the situation inside the valley. Lolth was even more surprised when she saw the scene inside the valley. She was very curious about the bizarre energy inside the 8 desolation and torment formation. She carefully released a strand of her darkness divine energy to probe it. Immediately, she discovered that the aura inside the formation was somewhat similar to Han Shuo's. Han Shuo turned his head to look at Rose behind him and smilingly asked, "What is it?" "No, nothing," replied Rose in a fluster. She took another look at the surroundings and asked, "What is that place used for? I can sense your aura from inside." "Training." Han Shuo pointed at the formation and explained, "Those people are my 5th Corps Divine Guards. Their strengths need to be improved. I need them to adapt to the harsh environment as quickly as possible. Therefore, I sent them to face the dangers inside." "They can be tempered inside?" Rose was rather astonished. She could sense the dangers inside, but had no idea about some of the miraculous uses of the demonic formation. Han Shuo put on a smile, but did not answer. He started communicating with Cauldron's spirit. "Master, those fellows are not bad. Most of them have mastered formations that work well with each other. Some of them have repeatedly made breakthroughs despite facing life-threatening dangers. It seems that their future achievements will not be low. The 3 of them, in particular, have made rapid progress. As expected of demonic arts cultivators, Han Shuo was rather delighted to hear those words from Cauldron's spirit. He was especially pleased to hear that Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert had made rapid progress. In the future, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Gilbert would be Han Shuo's trusted right and left arms. Only with the strength of the 3 would the 5th Corps be able to establish a firm foothold in the City of Shadows. The strength of the 5th Corps would also mean that the Han family would be able to rid itself of its reputation as a weak merchant association. Han Shuo's valiant strength alone would be far from enough. The Han family must have as many experts as the House of Saint and more high gods as possible. Moreover, Sanguiner, Ballins, Gilbert, and the others would be figures who could shoulder great responsibilities in the future. Naturally, Han Shuo hoped that they would grow as strong as possible. Continue to train them. Han Shuo instructed the Cauldron spirit. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Without the 2 of us presiding over the formation, can that demon general refined from Eugene's divine soul be able to maintain the formation's effectiveness?" The 8 desolation and torment formation would greatly benefit those low gods and mid-gods. After testing the effectiveness of the formation, Han Shuo felt that Statholm, Phoebe, Emily, and the others should enter the formation to temper themselves. He believed that after staying in the formation for a period of time, they would all reap great benefits. However, it was impossible for Han Shuo and Cauldron Spirit to keep watch over the formation all the time. Therefore, Han Shuo asked, "The formation's effectiveness will be greatly reduced if it only relies on that demon general," replied the Cauldron Spirit. After taking a short pause, the Cauldron Spirit continued, "But for some low-level gods, a greatly weakened formation can still provide them with sufficient training. If Master wishes to train those from profound continent, the power of the formation is more than enough." Han Shuo immediately felt relieved after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He planned to have the members of the Han family enter the formation one by one after the first batch of divine guards exited the formation. However, the City of Shadows was more than 10 days away, and it would be rather inconvenient to travel back and forth. Han Shuo began to consider dismantling everything in the formation and finding a secluded gymnasium for the Han family in the City of Shadows as the new venue for the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Time flew. Another half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the deadline for the 7-core competition was drawing closer and closer, Han Shuo finally ordered Cauldron Spirit to suspend the 8 Desolation and Torment formation and let all the divine guards out. In just half a year, a few more divine guards had gained new insights into the energy they cultivated in. The dozens of divine guards stayed in the formation for more than a year. During this period of time, they experienced all kinds of dangers at every second. When they exited the formation, they wore grave, stern expressions. Their auras were calm and steady. They gave off the aura of iron and blood that had been through a long period of slaughter. In just a little more than a year, the divine guards had undergone a complete transformation. Not only had their strengths improved tremendously, but their willpower had also become extremely tenacious. Now, no matter how great the danger they were facing, they would not give up easily. Even if they were standing before a high god, they would not tremble. After exiting the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, the gazes in which these divine guards looked at Han Shuo were completely different. They no longer had the vigilance and suspicion in their eyes, but more sincere reverence and trust. Previously, the divine guards did not believe that Han Shuo could lead them. However, Han Shuo's 8 Desolation and Torment formation made them realize how extraordinary Han Shuo was. Even now, they still had no idea how the terrifying formations they had experienced were formed. The only thing they could be sure of was that those formations were deployed by Han Shuo. That was enough to convince the divine guards and make them revere Han Shuo. Those divine guards who had made breakthroughs in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation were especially grateful to Han Shuo. The breakthroughs of gods on Elysium were usually accompanied by a long period of time. Only they knew how much they had benefited from their breakthrough under the pressure of the formation. After Gilbert woke up, he looked at Rose, who was standing beside Han Shuo, and asked, "Master, who is this white-haired woman? I don't think I've seen her before. Is she your new woman?" A cold glint flashed across Rose's eyes. A strand of her long hair shot out like lightning at Gilbert. Before Gilbert could react, he was caught by the hair that seemed to be able to extend infinitely. He was thrown into the air. When he landed, Gilbert cried out in pain, "White-haired woman, what are you doing?" Strange lights flashed across the eyes of Sanguiner and Ballins. They looked at the apathetic Rose in astonishment. They immediately took note of this woman with outstanding looks and terrifying strength. Sanguiner and Ballins were well aware of Gilbert's strength. When they saw that Rose seemed to be able to defeat Gilbert with just a strand of her hair, they knew that even if they were to fight Rose, they wouldn't have the slightest chance of winning. The two were puzzled as to why Han Shuo would suddenly have such an expert by his side. "My hair is silver, not white," Rose looked at Gilbert coldly and said, "and I'm not his new woman." Gilbert stood up while cursing. He knew that he was no match for Rose. He groaned and said, "If you are not my master's new woman, then who are you?" "Just like you. I am his slave." Rose hesitated for a moment before she shot a glance at the smiley Han Shuo and answered reluctantly. "Oh!" Gilbert let out a strange cry and said loudly, "A slavey? My master is truly blessed to have such a beautiful slave." As he spoke, Gilbert winked at the divine guards. When the surrounding divine guards heard Gilbert's words, they put on dubious and odd expressions. Rose could tell that there was a hidden meaning in Gilbert's words. She could more or less guess what the divine guards were thinking from their perverted expressions. She put on a stern face and was about to flip out again. "That's enough," Han Shuo softly shouted. He then said to the divine guards, "You all return to the City of Shadows first." "My lord, aren't you returning with us?" Barnard had gradually acknowledged Han Shuo's identity after spending a year in the City of Shadows. Barnard had gone through many trials and tribulations over the past year. His strength had improved tremendously, and he had started to respect Han Shuo. "I still have some matters to attend to, and will be returning soon." "Right, you will lead the team for the time being." Han Shuo nodded. "Yes, my lord." Barnard bowed and replied. Then he led the divine guards who were looking at the 8 Desolation and Torment formation reluctantly. To them, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation that was filled with dangers had become the most important memory of their lives. They were very mindful of what they had experienced in the formation. After the divine guards left, Han Shuo turned to Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert and instructed, "Let's dismantle this place. Leave nothing behind. After we return to the Han family, we will restore the formation to its original state." Sanguiner, Ballins, and Gilbert were Han Shuo's most trusted subordinates. The 3 had some understanding of the demonic arts that Han Shuo cultivated in. Therefore, it was only natural that they would help in dismantling the formation. After hearing Han Shuo's instructions, Sanguiner and the other 2 immediately followed Han Shuo's instructions and began to dismantle the 8 Desolation and Torment formation in full swing. They did not miss a single stone pillar or rock. They even carefully dug out many special materials for fear that they would be difficult to restore in the future if they were damaged. After everything was in place, Han Shuo and the others proceeded to erase all traces of Tanai. After making sure that there were no traces of him in the valley, Han Shuo instructed Sanguiner and the other 2, "You all return to the City of Shadows first. I will be back before the competition of the 7 corps begins." "Master, where are you going? Master, where are you going?" asked Sanguiner and Gilbert at the same time. Ballins remained silent, but his eyes were filled with hope. "I have to deal with some hidden dangers. It will be inconvenient to bring the 3 of you along. I will only be able to bring you into the tiger's den and dragon's den without any worries when you have the strength to hunt high gods." Han Shuo declined smilingly. The 3 were rather disheartened by Han Shuo's words. However, the truth was right there. Although the 3 were helpless, they had no choice but to follow Han Shuo's instructions and return to the City of Shadows after the divine guards. Han Shuo did not return to the City of Shadows. Instead, he headed towards Hushvale City alone with Rose. "What are you doing?" asked Rose when she saw that Han Shuo was not heading towards the City of Shadows. Her clear and cold eyes were filled with puzzlement. "I'm taking you to kill some people." Han Shuo turned around and grinned. He said, "We are going to Hushvale City to eliminate a few enemies who are threatening my family clan." Ever since Aobashi and Erebus informed Han Shuo of Avery's whereabouts, Han Shuo had made up his mind to eliminate Avery. Especially when Han Shuo learned that Han Shuo was with Hassling, Han Shuo's desire to eliminate the 2 grew even stronger. Just as Aobashi and Erebus had said, Avery and Hassling had made it clear that they would not let him and the Han family off. The 2 possessed extraordinary strength, and Hassling controlled the enormous God Swamp Pharmacy. With such a huge threat lurking in the dark, Han Shuo felt as though there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. He wasn't afraid that Avery and Hassling would attack him. But if the 2 were to deliberately target the Han family, Han Shuo couldn't possibly protect everyone. Under such circumstances, the most appropriate method was to eliminate these two hidden dangers before the two of them made their move. And right now, Han Shuo indeed possessed the strength to do so. Both Hassling and Avery resided in Hushvale City. Hassling was an honored guest of Hushvale City and was highly regarded by the city lord of Hushvale City. Han Shuo knew that it wouldn't be easy to kill the two in Hushvale City. Although Sanguiner and the other two had advanced by leaps and bounds in strength, they were, after all, still not high gods. The three of them would not be able to help Han Shuo in Hushvale City. In fact, they might even become a burden to him. Therefore, Han Shuo couldn't bring them along. Unlike them, Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength. Even if Han Shuo were to encounter danger in Hushvale City, he could easily escape with Rose. With the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo believed that Hushvale City wouldn't be able to trap him. Therefore, he had the confidence to bring Rose along. Who are we going to kill? Rose wasn't a soft-hearted person. She did not show the slightest surprise after hearing Han Shuo's words. "You will know when we get there." Han Shuo put on a faint smile. He was very satisfied with Rose's performance. However, he did not tell Rose the details. Lossberg was located at the border of the City of Shadows. It was very close to Hushvale City. As Rose had no interest in chatting with Han Shuo, the two traveled at full speed. In just a few days, they crossed the vast land between the two cities and arrived at the border of Hushvale City. Hushvale City was similar to the City of Shadows. The main city of Hushvale City was at the center of the city, surrounded by forts and villages of various sizes. After arriving at the border of Hushvale City, Han Shuo behaved less presumptuously. He and Rose deliberately avoided the divine guards and crowds of Hushvale City in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. As a high god, the terrifying aura on Rose's body was too obvious. Under Han Shuo's insistence, Rose concealed her aura so that the low gods and mid gods whose strengths were weaker than hers wouldn't be as fearful. Han Shuo's ability to conceal his aura was far superior to Rose's. As long as he did not utilize the demonic yuan in his body, Han Shuo could perfectly conceal his aura with his mid-god of death and destruction avatars. Even Rose couldn't see through his true strength, much less any low god or mid-god. After traveling for 18 days in Hushvale City, Han Shuo and Rose finally arrived at the city gates of Hushvale City. The name Han Shuo used in his divine tablet was Brian. As there were many gods on Elysium, there were many with the same name and surname. The divine guards of Hushvale City did not think that Han Shuo was the owner of the celestial pearl pharmacy that had recently risen to fame in the Darkness Dominion. They indifferently allowed Han Shuo to enter the city. Although Rose didn't like crowded places, she possessed a divine tablet that every god possessed. Furthermore, Rose's divine tablet looked very different from Han Shuo's. It looked very simple and unadorned. When the divine guards of Hushvale City received Rose's divine tablet, they wore respectful expressions and spoke in a very courteous tone. It was a stark contrast to the arrogance they showed to Han Shuo. Rose walked into Hushvale City with an arrogant face. When she arrived beside Han Shuo, she raised her head high and said, "My divine tablet is of the most ancient kind. Gods who possess such a divine tablet and are still alive usually possess extraordinary strength. No matter where, the divine guards will never be stingy with their respect to experts of great strength." Rose appeared rather proud when she said those words. It was as though she felt that she, as a servant, was treated better than her master. She felt that she had regained some of her dignity and was secretly delighted. Han Shuo did not mind that. He nodded with a faint smile and said, "Then you should be very familiar with the situation on Elysium." "Very good. Tell me some ancient stories about Elysium when you have the time. I'm very interested." "Sure, no problem." Rose was rather astonished by Han Shuo's humble attitude. She nodded and agreed. She thought to herself that Han Shuo did have some good points. Chapter 760. Hushvale City, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Han Shua and Rose strolled side by side on the streets of Hushvale City. Hushvale City wasn't much different from the City of Shadows. There were countless shops along the way. Many gods frequented the shops to purchase divine weapons, energy crystals, and divine scrolls for their cultivation. The God Swamp Pharmacy was extremely famous in Hushvale City, just like the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. It was the largest pharmacy in Hushvale City. Han Shua learned the location of the God Swamp Pharmacy by simply asking some random gods along the way. Hushvale City was just as enormous. It took Han Shua 3 hours to travel from the city gate to the God Swamp Pharmacy shop. Standing in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy's entrance and gazing at the enormous buildings towering into the clouds, Han Shua realized that the headquarters of the God Swamp Pharmacy was much more magnificent than the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Pharmacists wearing snow-white robes that were unique to pharmacists could be seen roaming in and out of some of the God Swamp Pharmacy's medicine refinement rooms. Along the way, divine guards would push carts filled with all kinds of glassware to the God Swamp Pharmacy's airships. They would place bottles of the latest medicines into the airships and transport them to other major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Unlike the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, other than Hushvale City, the God Swamp Pharmacy had branches in several other cities of the Darkness Dominion. The medicines they produced for the major family clans could only be produced in the God Swamp Pharmacy and transported to other major cities using airships. The God Swamp Pharmacy had a good relationship with the major family clans in the major cities of the Darkness Dominion. It also had connections with the God Hunters. Therefore, the long-distance trade between the God Swamp Pharmacy and the major family clans of the Darkness Dominion had never gone wrong. However, due to the sudden rise of Han Shua's Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the major family clans in the City of Shadows stopped purchasing medicines from the God Swamp Pharmacy. As the reputation of the medicines refined by Han Shua rose, the God Swamp Pharmacy's business was gradually affected. That being said, the God Swamp Pharmacy had been established in the Darkness Dominion for many years. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was no match for the current God Swamp Pharmacy. The scale of the God Swamp Pharmacy far exceeded that of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, which had only recently developed. As he stood at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shua was not in a hurry to enter or inquire about Hasling's situation. Instead, he released his demon generals to roam around the various areas of the God Swamp Pharmacy. The God Swamp Pharmacy was just a big shop. It needed to open its doors to do business. Therefore, the security here was not very tight. Naturally, it was far inferior to some of the big families. The demon flew around the shop and did not encounter too many obstacles. Soon, the situation of the potion shop was reflected in his mind. "What are you doing here?" Rose was a little puzzled when she saw Han Shua standing motionlessly in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy, neither entering nor leaving. Han Shua put on a faint smile, turned his head to look at Rose, and said, "I'm here to take a look at the situation." It's indeed a little annoying to stand in front of the door. Come, let's take a walk inside." Rose followed Han Shua blindly and had no objections. When she saw that Han Shua had already entered the God Swamp Pharmacy, she did not hesitate and followed Han Shua into the shop. As the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, Han Shua was very concerned about the marketing methods of the God Swamp Pharmacy. After entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, he used his demon generals to scout out some of the hidden locations of the God Swamp Pharmacy while walking around with Rose, pretending to be interested in some of the medicines sold in the shop. Rose followed closely behind Han Shua. She had been observing Han Shua with great curiosity. She could sense the murderous intent hidden under Han Shua's calm and gentle exterior. Not long after entering the God Swamp Pharmacy, Rose realized that Han Shua's target was someone in the shop. She secretly paid attention to it, fearing that Han Shua would suddenly kill someone in the God Swamp Pharmacy in broad daylight. That would put her in a very disadvantageous position. "Hey, isn't this Mr. Bryan?" A delicate voice sounded beside Han Shua's ear. Then a graceful and elegant figure walked over from a distance. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. Han Shuo's goal in coming to the God Swamp Pharmacy was clear: to kill Hassling and Avery. As Hassling had never met Han Shuo before, Han Shuo did not deliberately conceal his presence. He did not know anyone in Hushvale City and was startled to hear someone calling his name. His heart full of astonishment, Han Shuo turned his head to look in the direction of the voice and immediately saw Charlotte's bright eyes looking at Han Shuo. She seemed to be very surprised. Charlotte was from the Brackner family of the Destruction Dominion. Back in the City of Shadows, she had helped Portlam fend off an attack from Han Shuo. After the incident, Charlotte went to Carmelita and apologized to Han Shuo, stating that she had nothing to do with what happened to Portlam. Han Shuo did not have any prejudice against Charlotte. It was only because of Portlam that Han Shuo vented his anger on Charlotte. After Carmelita pleaded for leniency on Han Shuo's behalf and Charlotte's tactful apology, Han Shuo did not insist on taking revenge on Charlotte. However, the ill feelings in Han Shuo's heart would not disappear so easily. Although Han Shuo did not insist on taking revenge on Charlotte, he did not have a good impression of her either. Therefore, it was only natural that he would not sell the medicines he personally refined to her or her family clan. Charlotte walked over smilingly. She appeared very friendly. As soon as she approached Han Shuo, she apologized. "I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I didn't mean to offend you. It was a special situation, and I had no other choice. I hope that Mr. Bryan will forgive me." Han Shuo did not expect to see Charlotte here. When she apologized as soon as they met, Han Shuo merely nodded indifferently. He had no intention of having a deep conversation with her. Charlotte was a high god. She could instinctively sense the presence of people stronger than her. After she exchanged a smile with Han Shuo, she immediately turned to look at Rose in surprise. Rose's strength was a realm higher than hers. She could sense the pressure that Rose gave her. She couldn't figure out why Han Shuo always had powerful gods around him. When Han Shuo nodded and was about to leave, Charlotte took a step forward, put on a faint smile, and said, "Mr. Bryan, it must be fate that we met here. Can we find a place to talk? I want to apologize to you as a sign of my sincerity." As she had acted rashly the last time, Charlotte had failed to purchase the miraculous medicine from Han Shuo on behalf of the House of Brackner. She had no choice but to come to the God Swamp Pharmacy and try to purchase some commonly used medicines from them. Charlotte thought that it was a good opportunity to bury the hatchet with Han Shuo. Therefore, she had no intention of letting Han Shuo off the hook. She shook his head. Han Shuo shook his head. Clearly, he had no interest in talking to Charlotte. He waved his hand and coldly said, "There's no need to apologize. Carmelita has told me that I won't take the matter to heart." The fact that Han Shuo had said those words with an indifferent expression meant that he still did not have a favorable impression of her. However, he would not hold the House of Brackner responsible for that matter. This was different from Charlotte's expectations. Therefore, she looked a little sad when she heard what Han Shuo said. Han Shuo's indifferent attitude was there for all to see. If Charlotte continued to pester Han Shuo, she would only get the opposite effect. Therefore, Charlotte was stunned for a moment. Her fair face was filled with a bitter smile. She did not intend to continue pestering Han Shuo. "Sister Charlotte, have you chosen what you want?" A sweet and elegant voice suddenly came from afar. A delicate and beautiful woman wearing a simple green robe appeared. She was a very charming beauty. She had fair skin, a tall and slender figure, willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of slender eyes that gave off a tranquil and otherworldly charm. "Not yet. I just met an acquaintance." Charlotte turned around and smiled gently. She said, "Let's continue choosing and have a good talk with the God Swamp Pharmacy." Suddenly, this delicate and beautiful woman looked at Han Shuo with a pair of green eyes in surprise. She exclaimed softly, "It's you? What are you doing here?" Han Shuo was stunned for a moment. He sized up this delicate and beautiful woman with a strange look and asked in confusion, "Who are you? I don't think I've seen you before, have I?" When he said this, Han Shuo frowned and thought for a moment. He felt that this delicate and beautiful woman seemed a little familiar, especially her sweet and elegant voice. He seemed to have heard it in his memory. However, looking at this delicate and beautiful face, Han Shuo thought hard for a moment, but he could not recall where he had seen her before. After the delicate and beautiful woman cried out in surprise, she seemed very happy. She walked past Charlotte and went straight to Han Shuo's side. She said excitedly, "When did you come here? I told you to find me according to the method I gave you. Why didn't you come?" Han Shuo was confused. He looked blankly at the delicate and beautiful woman who seemed a little excited and said, "You must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you." The beautiful woman's mouth curled into an amused smile. She looked at Han Shuo carefully and chuckled. "I can't be wrong. It's you. You actually forgot about me." As he talked with her, the sense of familiarity in Han Shuo's heart became stronger. However, when he looked at the delicate and beautiful face in front of him, Han Shuo was sure that he had never seen her before. With his amazing memory for beautiful women, Han Shuo believed that he would never forget a beauty of this level even if he took a glance at her. However, he could feel that this beautiful woman had an indescribable sense of familiarity. This made Han Shuo even more puzzled. He smiled bitterly and said, "I really can't remember. Why don't you give me a hint?" "Oh no." The beautiful woman chuckled and shook her head. She glared at Han Shuo and said, "You actually forgot about me. That's too much. Bichimos, you know Brian?" Charlotte, who was at the side, couldn't help but ask with a puzzled expression, "Bichimos, you know Brian?" When the 4 words Bichimos came out, Han Shuo immediately came to a realization. Everything that happened in the Abyss realm was reflected in his mind. The image of Bichimos, the greatest demon king of the Abyss realm, gradually overlapped with the elegant and beautiful woman in front of him. Back in the Abyss realm, Bichimos always wore a ferocious-looking mask. She usually spoke mostly in a male voice. Only when she was absent-minded would she use a clear and melodious female voice. When she finally left the Abyss, Han Shuo had even asked her whether she was a man or a woman. It was at that time that Bichimos used a clear and melodious female voice to answer Han Shuo. It was also at that time that Han Shuo was certain that Bichimos was indeed a woman. It was just that he had never seen her face. It was no wonder that Han Shuo felt that she looked familiar but couldn't remember where he had seen her before. "Bichimos, it's actually you?" Han Shuo was very pleasantly surprised after learning who she was. He laughed and said, "I never thought that I would meet you again on Elysium. Haha, how are you? How have you been? You scoundrel, when I left, I gave you a way to contact me. Why didn't you look for me when you came to Elysium?" Bichimos looked at Han Shuo smilingly, but his tone was full of reproach. After hearing Bichimos' words, Han Shuo recalled that she had indeed given him a way to contact her. However, after the series of events that Han Shuo had experienced on Profound Continent and after he met Donna, Han Shuo did not think about Bichimos again. Naturally, he had long forgotten about the method she had given him. I'm sorry, I forgot," Han Shuo replied, feeling rather embarrassed. "Judging from your clothes, you seem to be doing quite well on Elysium." Bichimos examined Han Shuo from head to toe before she groaned and said, "Your punishment is to treat me to a sumptuous meal at the most high-end, divine blessing tavern in Hushvale City. Otherwise, I won't let you off. I'm a very vengeful person." Having met Han Shuo on Elysium, Bichimos appeared rather excited. In Elysium, she was not as solemn and inflexible as she was in the Abyss realm. Without her fierce fanged mask, Bichimos had transformed into a beautiful and elegant woman. She appeared very easy to get along with. Charlotte was extremely astonished to see that Bichimos and Han Shuo knew each other. As she listened to their conversation, Charlotte gradually realized where Bichimos and Han Shuo met. Bichimos had told Charlotte about her experiences in the Abyss realm after returning to Elysium. She knew that Bichimos had met a miraculous person in the Abyss realm and had also heard about her experiences. It was at this moment that Charlotte heard from Bichimos that Han Shuo seemed to be doing quite well. She couldn't help but smile wryly in her heart. Han Shuo wasn't just doing quite well. Now that the House of Han had officially risen to power in the City of Shadows, the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's business covered every corner of the city. Even the House of Brackner had to beg Han Shuo to purchase some of their miraculous medicines. Han Shuo had accomplished all this in just a few decades. If Han Shuo was doing quite well, then all those who came from low-level material planes would be beggars. No problem. Han Shuo agreed straightforwardly and said, "Let's go. It's my treat today." Charlotte was delighted to see that Han Shuo was so friendly to Bichimos. She immediately gave up on buying any medicines from the God Swamp Pharmacy and followed Han Shuo to the restaurant with a smile on her face. She made up her mind to improve her relationship with Han Shuo. Chapter 761. Bichimos was rather surprised to see that Han Shuo agreed so readily. The Divine Blessing Tavern in Hushvale City was extremely expensive. A single dish and a bottle of wine would cost more than 100 black crystal coins. Even the members of small family clans couldn't afford such expenses. Bichimos was rather hesitant to accept Han Shuo's offer. "Why don't we go to another tavern? I don't want you to be unable to afford it." Bichimos thought for a moment and was rather uncertain about Han Shuo's strength. "The Divine Blessing Tavern, then. I heard that this tavern serves very good food," said Han Shuo smilingly when he saw Bichimos' hesitation. "Bichimos, you don't have to worry about him. He can afford it," said Charlotte with a sweet smile. She knew that Han Shuo wouldn't face any problems with the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's rise in the City of Shadows. "Let's go." "It's my treat." Han Shuo turned around and looked at Rose, hinting for her to follow him. Rose remained silent throughout. She stood beside Han Shuo as though she was an outsider. She had no interest in Charlotte and Bichimos. Her eyelids were slightly lowered as she silently followed them. With Charlotte and Bichimos leading the way, Han Shuo and the other three arrived at the Divine Blessing Tavern in Hushvale City. Bichimos and Charlotte were very familiar with the tavern. They found an elegant table where they could see the endless stream of people below and the energy towers of various colors not far away. A well-dressed waitress courteously walked up to them and asked in a gentle voice, "What would you like to eat? What would you like to drink?" Han Shuo wasn't a picky person. Having cultivated in demonic arts to such a high level, he didn't rely too much on food. Han Shuo smilingly pointed at Bichimos and said, "Ask her." "You seem to be doing pretty well." Bichimos chuckled and casually ordered a few dishes and a bottle of fine wine called Blueberry Fantasy. After the waitress left with a smile on her face, Bichimos asked, "When did you come to Elysium? How have you been?" "About 20 years ago. Elysium wasn't a bad place. Here, I found something worth fighting for." Han Shuo did not directly answer Bichimos' question. Instead, he knitted his brows and asked, "Right, are you also from the Brackner family?" "Yeah, what's wrong?" Bichimos noticed that Han Shuo's expression was a little strange when he mentioned her family. She couldn't figure out what Han Shuo meant. "Mr. Brian, I am very sorry for what happened last time. Please forgive me." Charlotte suddenly stood up and bowed to Han Shuo, solemnly apologizing again. Bichimos was even more astonished. "Sister Charlotte, what are you doing?" Bichimos stared blankly for a moment. Then he looked at Han Shuo doubtfully and asked, "When did you start calling him Brian?" Back in the Abyss realm, as no one knew him, Han Shuo used his original name. Bichimos was very astonished to hear Charlotte call Han Shuo Brian. A new material plane, a new beginning. "Here, I am Brian. Of course, you can still call me Han Shuo. It doesn't matter." Han Shuo shrugged. He then looked at Charlotte and said, "Forget it. Given my friendship with Bichimos, I will let bygones be bygones. If you want to purchase medicines from the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, we can slowly discuss it in the future." After hearing those words from Han Shuo, Charlotte knew that he had truly forgiven her for helping Portlam in the City of Shadows. Her face lit up with delight. She thanked Han Shuo smilingly and said to Bichimos, "I have mentioned to you that Mr. Brian from the City of Shadows is a friend you made in the Abyss Realm." Upon hearing those words, Bichimos's pretty face was filled with astonishment. She cried out in disbelief, "How is that possible?" Charlotte had told Bichimos about what happened in the City of Shadows, especially the part where Han Shuo mercilessly killed Portlam. She also told her about the miraculous properties of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Bichimos was very astonished by what she heard. However, when Bichimos first met Han Shuo in the Abyss Realm, although Han Shuo was miraculous, his strength had not increased by a large margin. Bichimos could not associate him with the powerful expert who had forced Portlam into such a sorry state. Charlotte knew that Bichimos would be greatly shocked. When she learned that Han Shuo was that person from the Abyss Realm whom Bichimos had mentioned to her, how could she not be in disbelief? According to Bichimos, Han Shuo's strength in the Abyss Realm was even lower than hers. Yet, in just a few short decades, Han Shuo was able to force Portlam into such a state. What did this mean? It meant that Han Shuo had advanced from low god to high god in just a few decades. This rate of improvement was simply unimaginable. Under Bichimos' questioning gaze, Charlotte forced a smile and nodded heavily. She said, "You know that I won't play such a joke on you." After taking a short pause, Charlotte continued, "I believe that you have heard of the deeds of the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy in the City of Shadows. You should know that this is absolutely the truth." Bichimos was even more astonished. She looked at Han Shuo in bewilderment and asked, "When you were in the Abyss Realm, have you been concealing your strength?" Han Shuo forced a smile. He did not know how to answer Bichimos. He really did not conceal his strength when he was in the Abyss Realm. However, if he were to tell Bichimos the truth, she would most likely not believe him. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo summoned up his courage and nodded. "You bastard! Why are you so guarded against everyone?" Bichimos angrily glared at Han Shuo and said, "To think that I was worried that you would have a hard time after coming to Elysium. I even wanted to recommend you to join our family clan. If I had known that you possessed high god strength, I wouldn't have been so worried." After finishing those words, Bichimos suddenly let out a soft shout and said to the waitress in the distance, "Don't order the dishes and wine we just ordered. Change them to the most expensive ones." Obviously, Bichimos was angry and wanted to rip off Han Shuo. Right away, the waitress was overjoyed when she heard Bichimos shout. Fearing that Bichimos would go back on her words, she hastily agreed. Before long, one after another, dishes and wine that Han Shuo had never seen before were served in an endless stream. The table in front of the four was filled to the brim. Bichimos glared at Han Shuo with hatred. She urged Charlotte to gorge herself on the delicately prepared meat slices, as though she was treating them as Han Shuo. Charlotte looked at Bichimos in astonishment. She had never seen Bichimos display such an unbridled attitude in front of a strange man. She started having other thoughts in her mind. Spider Goddess Lolth didn't say a word. But when the delicacies were served, she didn't stand on ceremony with Han Shuo at all. She didn't need anyone to greet her. Like Bichimos, she placed one small plate after another in front of her, lowered her head, and focused on eating. Han Shuo did not have any special feelings towards food. He tasted every dish and drank only a few cups of fine wine. He felt that the dishes and wine here were indeed tasty and probably worth a lot. When it was time to settle the bill, the waitress reported the price of 9,600 black crystal coins. Han Shuo was only a little surprised. Now that Han Shuo was rich and overbearing, he naturally wouldn't be shocked by such a small amount of black crystal coins. Under Bichimos' gaze, Han Shuo very straightforwardly threw out a bag of 10,000 black crystal coins each. Bichimos, Charlotte, and Rose had drunk some wine. Their cheeks were slightly flushed, making them appear radiant and dazzling. Charlotte was a little better. Her temperament was excellent, but her appearance was only average. On the other hand, Bichimos and Rose were extremely beautiful. The rosy glow on their charming faces greatly increased their charm, causing Han Shuo to feel stunned. Bichimos had been sizing up Han Shuo. When she saw him calmly settle the bill, she softly muttered, "He's really rich." He didn't even bat an eyelid when paying 10,000 black crystal coins. "He's even more generous than my father. Let's go." Han Shuo stood up. His majestic body towered over the many gods in the divine blessing pharmacy. His extravagant spending and the graceful appearances of the three women beside him attracted many people's attention. They thought, who is this guy? Since when did Hush Vale City have such a guy with boundless luck with women? Those who could afford to come to the divine blessing pharmacy were all people of high status in Hush Vale City. They were all very familiar with each other. When they saw that Han Shuo looked unfamiliar, they began to pay attention to him. They were secretly trying to figure out who Han Shuo was. The three women also stood up and followed behind Han Shuo. Just as they were about to leave the divine blessing pharmacy, Bichimos softly said to a young man at the entrance, "Disgusting!" That young man had been staring at the three women from the beginning. His eyes were filled with undisguised lust. Bichimos was not wrong to call him disgusting. However, everyone in the divine blessing pharmacy was sizing up Han Shuo in astonishment. It was very quiet. Bichimos's disgusting was clearly heard by everyone. That young man should be someone of high status in Hush Vale City. After being scolded by Bichimos, everyone in the divine blessing pharmacy was looking at him with great interest. It was as though they were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. The young man stared blankly for a moment before he realized that his acquaintances were looking at him like he was a joke. He immediately felt that he couldn't maintain his composure. With a dark face, he sized up Bichimos and sneered, "Little whore, who are you talking about?" Bichimos's charming face sank. The disgust on her face grew even more intense. She said, "You uncultured thing. Just looking at you makes me sick." After saying those words, Bichimos lost all interest in talking to the young man. She hastily left as though she was avoiding a smelly fly. She urged Han Shuo, "Let's go." Three women with one man, and all of them are drunk. I wonder what they are going to do next. What a wanton and lascivious bunch. The young man stared blankly for a moment before he let out a low, perverted laugh. When he said those words, the people in the divine blessing pharmacy were all looking at Han Shuo with eyes filled with envy. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of him naked and monopolizing Charlotte, Bichimos, and Rose. A strange smile appeared on his face. He smiled and shook his head. Han Shuo thought to himself, "I'm really not a good person. I can't believe I'm imagining such an obscene scene at such a time." Slap! A loud slap sounded from inside the divine blessing pharmacy. Charlotte coldly stared at the young man and said, "I don't care which family clan you are from. You better watch your mouth." "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" shrieked the young man. The divine guards who were eating and drinking at the table also stood up with cold and indifferent looks on their faces. In an instant, they spread out and surrounded Han Shuo's group of four. It seems that this matter won't be easily resolved. Charlotte's attack was too fast. The young man was only a mid-god of death. He simply couldn't defend himself in time. By the time Han Shuo came to his senses, the divine guards around the young man had already surrounded them. Han Shuo wasn't afraid of trouble. However, his main purpose in coming to Hush Vale City was to eliminate Hassling and Avery. If he were to expose his identity before that, it would greatly affect his plan. Seeing that the situation had developed to such a stage, Han Shuo's heart sank. He began to ponder on how to quickly resolve this problem. The young man was only a mid-god. The divine guards around him were of similar strength as well. None of them were high gods. Those who were eating and drinking in the divine blessing pharmacy were also of similar strength. None of them were high gods. On Han Shua's side, apart from Bichimos, who had broken through to mid-god realm after returning to Elysium, Han Shua, Charlotte, and Rose both possessed high god strength. Any one of them would be able to kill the young man and his divine guards. However, this was the divine blessing pharmacy. Committing such a crime in Hushvale City would certainly draw the attention of certain people. It wouldn't be easy for them to escape. If the matter was blown out of proportion, Han Shua's identity would be easily exposed. Once Avery and Hassling learned that he was in Hushvale City, they would most likely come hunting before Han Shua could come knocking on their door. Han Shua bunched his brows. This is going to be a little tricky. This is Hushvale City. How dare you outsiders run amok in Hushvale City? You are courting death, shouted the young man. Arrest them and bring them back to the Sixth Corps for interrogation. Just like the City of Shadows, Hushvale City had its own divine guards. However, there were only 6 corps in Hushvale City. Judging from the young man's appearance, he seemed to be someone of high status in Hushvale City. The divine guards around him all wore stern expressions. They were clearly well-trained divine guards. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please settle them outside. It was at this moment that a white-haired, chubby old man dressed in divine blessing attire walked over. He wore a professional smile on his face, as though he was used to such situations. As one of the largest and most luxurious establishments in Hushvale City, Divine Blessing Pharmacy wasn't that simple. The young man knew the background of Divine Blessing Pharmacy. He nodded, waved his hand at the divine guards, and said, "Let's go and arrest them." After saying those words, the young man coldly gazed at Han Shua and the other 3 before leading the group out of Divine Blessing Pharmacy. Those who were drinking and having fun in Divine Blessing Pharmacy were all in high spirits when they saw that something interesting was about to happen. They either paid their bills and followed the young man out of the store or went to the window to look down. The House of Granlow, the last of the 4 major family clans in Hushvale City, said Charlotte to Bichimos with a faint smile after hearing the name of the 6th Corps of Hushvale City. She then turned to look at Han Shua and said, "Don't mention it." Han Shua was rather astonished to hear those words from Charlotte. After giving it some thought, Han Shua felt relieved. Like the House of Saint in the City of Shadows, the House of Brackner was one of the most ancient family clans in the City of Shadows. A small family clan ranked last in Hushvale City was not something that they would take seriously. Han Shua felt relieved. He nodded smilingly and said, "I don't want anyone to know that I'm in Hushvale City." "I won't trouble you," replied Charlotte. She did not understand why Han Shua would say that, but she nodded anyway, indicating that she understood what Han Shua meant. Rose did not say a word, but her face was rather ugly. That young man's words were too offensive. She was clearly enraged. "Sister Charlotte, teach that guy a lesson," said Bichimos in a cold voice. She seemed to be very displeased. "Forget it. This is Hushvale City. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I have already given him a slap on the face. After we reveal our identities, I don't think he will dare to use the 6th Corps of Hushvale City to pressure us." Charlotte consoled Bichimos in a gentle voice, seemingly not wanting to escalate the matter. "Sister Charlotte, his words are so unpleasant. How can we just let it go like that?" Bichimos was rather displeased and had an angry look on her face. As they were talking, Han Shua and the other 3 walked out of Divine Blessing. Charlotte shot a cold glance at the young man and was about to reveal her identity. But before she could say anything, the young man sneered at Han Shua and said, "You have quite the luck with women, kid. Isn't it nice to have 3 women by yourself? When we get to the 6th Corps, I'll give you even more enjoyment and let you experience an even more wonderful feeling." The young man seemed to be more interested in Rose. His eyes impudently roamed up and down her body. He chuckled and said, "White-haired beauty, I like your type the most. We can have a good chat later." Among the three women, only Rose remained silent. She did not attack him. He seemed to have a good impression of Rose. His words were very bold. However, he obviously didn't know that Rose, who didn't say a word, was the real god of slaughter, especially when he called Rose a white-haired beauty. This violated Rose's greatest taboo. When Han Shuo saw the cold glint in Rose's eyes, he knew that something bad had happened. Before he could say anything, a few strands of Rose's hair suddenly shot out. Rose was very close to the young man. He couldn't even dodge a slap from Rose, let alone Rose, who was slightly stronger than him. The strands of hair shot out and sank into the young man's chest. Rose swung her hair and sent the young man flying far away. He was already dead by the time he landed on the ground. Han Shuo's face changed. When he saw Rose attack, he knew that there was no way to end this peacefully. Before Charlotte and Bachimos could react, Han Shuo shouted in a low voice, "If you want to do it cleanly." Rose put on a cold face when she heard Han Shuo's words. Her long hair danced wildly in the air. The surrounding divine guards turned pale with fright as her long hair pierced through their chests. All of them died on the spot. Not a single one managed to escape alive. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." Han Shuo shouted at Bachimos and Charlotte. He grabbed Bachimos's little hand and immediately flew towards a remote area in the distance. The surrounding onlookers were greatly alarmed and cried out in alarm. Never did they expect that Han Shuo and his party would dare to kill people in the middle of the street. Not only that, they did not show any mercy. Perhaps it was because Loltha's actions were too direct and efficient that not a single one of those people dared to stop her. They could only watch as Han Shuo and the others swaggered off after killing those people. None of them dared to make a move. Chapter 762. The Divine Blessing Tavern was located in a bustling district at the center of Hushvale City. Many people had clearly seen how Rose killed those people on the street. It was only a matter of time before the Hushvale City divine guards came looking for them. Therefore, Han Shuo had no choice but to retreat. Under the watchful eyes of the demon generals, Han Shuo led the three through block after block of streets, purposely going to some of the more secluded areas. After a while, they finally arrived at the first district of Hushvale City that resembled a slum. Divine guards would rarely pay attention to such places. Not many members of major family clans would come here. Therefore, there shouldn't be any problems for the time being. Charlotte used her divine tablet to spend a few black crystal coins and found a simple and crude gymnasium. The four entered the gymnasium as a temporary lodging. Charlotte and Bachimos were still somewhat astonished. They looked at Lolth with very strange gazes. They did not expect that Lolth would be so daring as to kill someone in the middle of Hushvale City in front of so many aristocratic scions without uttering a single word. Of course, they had also heard Han Shuo's words. "Since you're going to do it, make it clean." They were very astonished by Han Shuo and Rose. They did not understand what the two were thinking. If it were up to Charlotte and Bachimos, they would at most teach that youth a lesson and humiliate him a little. They definitely wouldn't kill him along with his divine guards so easily. "Han Shuo, you sure are bold." Bachimos put on an astonished face and said, "That young man should have some status in Hushvale City. For you to kill him just like that, his family clan will definitely not let us off." Rose remained calm and did not feel that her actions were inappropriate. She remained silent as usual. Han Shuo had seen his fair share of ups and downs. Although he felt that Rose's actions were rather rash, he did not take it to heart. He put on a faint smile and replied, "It's just killing a good-for-nothing young man. It's no big deal." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo turned to Charlotte and Bachimos and said, "Hushvale City will surely investigate the three of us. The two of you should leave Hushvale City as soon as possible. You may be in danger if you stay. I know that your family clan possesses extraordinary strength, but the death of that young man and his divine guards is a serious matter. No matter how powerful your family clan is, you will still be in big trouble. You're not coming with us? Bichimos asked in astonishment. I have some matters to attend to. I will only leave after a while. Han Shua looked at Charlotte and said, I don't have any extra medicines with me at the moment. The next time I refine them, you can send someone to the City of Shadows to purchase them. As long as you can prove your family clan's identity, I will not be as unreasonable as last time. Charlotte put on a delighted face after hearing Han Shua's guarantee. She softly thanked Han Shua before she pulled Bichimos and said, We should head back first. I can tell that Brian and this friend possess extraordinary strength. Even if they run into trouble in Hushvale City, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to escape. But for the two of us, it won't be so easy for us to escape if we are really trapped. Charlotte had a clear understanding of the situation. For Han Shua to not leave Hushvale City under such circumstances, he must have something extremely important to attend to. The strength Rose had displayed made Charlotte's heart palpitate. Furthermore, Han Shua was a mysterious and unfathomable person. Charlotte believed that it was indeed unwise for them to get too close to Han Shua under the current circumstances. Bichimos bunched his brows and seemed somewhat displeased. He shot a glance at Charlotte and softly said, Sister Charlotte, this isn't a good idea, is it? If the two of us stay, we won't be able to help Brian. We might even become a burden to him. Charlotte's bright eyes swiveled as she softly consoled Bichimos. Upon hearing Charlotte's words, Bichimos's inquiring gaze fell on Han Shua. Han Shua shrugged his shoulders and said, I still have some matters to attend to. It's more convenient to move around with fewer people. After a short pause, Han Shua continued in a low voice, Also, it's best that you don't get involved in what I'm doing. This will have an extremely negative impact on your Brackner family. Even if it's not for yourselves, you have to think about the interests of your family. As a descendant of a large family clan, although there were many conveniences, there were also many taboos. One had to put the interests of the family first. As a member of the Brackner family, Bichimos obviously had to think about the interests of her family. Upon hearing Han Shua's words, Bichimos's charming face was filled with a bitter smile as she helplessly nodded. Given how Han Shua and Rose had no qualms about slaughtering people at the slightest provocation, they were definitely going to do something big in Hushvale City. Bichimos was also unwilling to bring unnecessary trouble to her family. Therefore, she had no choice but to agree to Han Shua's suggestion. Charlotte and Bichimos continued to discuss with Han Shua for a while, discussing some matters regarding future cooperation. Only when the sky gradually darkened did Charlotte and Bichimos finally leave Hushvale City as soon as possible. Not long after the two left, Han Shua shot a glance at Rose and said, Let's go. It's time for us to move to another place. The gymnasium was rented using Charlotte's divine tablet. Han Shua couldn't help but feel a little uneasy about it. Seeing that the sky was gradually darkening, Han Shua wanted to move as soon as possible and settle his business at the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Rose's killing of that young man on the street must have attracted the attention of some people. Han Shua had to get rid of Hassling and Avery before his identity was exposed and his tracks were discovered. Otherwise, the longer he dragged things out, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Rose did not say a word and silently followed after Han Shua. As the night deepened, the security in Hushvale City grew noticeably tighter. Squads of divine guards patrolled the streets at night. Their eyes were vigilantly scanning their surroundings, searching for any suspicious traces. Han Shua knew that those divine guards were most likely looking for him and Rose. With the help of his demon general's vision, Han Shua and Rose easily evaded the squads of divine guards and appeared in front of the God Swamp Pharmacy's entrance after midnight. The God Swamp Pharmacy was quiet and peaceful at night. The gods were cultivating in the dark. The pharmacists, after a long day of hard work, needed to sleep. At a glance, only a few rooms in the God Swamp Pharmacy were still dimly lit. During the day, his demon generals had scouted out most of the God Swamp Pharmacy's situation. He knew every area of the God Swamp Pharmacy, like the back of his hand. Only the secret chambers and some hidden areas were protected by special boundaries and seals. Han Shuo was afraid that his demon generals would cause some commotion, so he did not immediately investigate them. The demon generals refined from mid-gods and low-gods after turning incorporeal, hid in the dark, and observed the God Swamp Pharmacy from afar. The demon generals refined from Eugene and Eugene, on the other hand, were assigned by Han Shuo to explore the secret chambers and sealed areas protected by boundaries. Demon generals refined from high gods were spirit demons of the highest grade. They possessed greater strength and ability to conceal themselves. It would be more likely for Han Shuo to send them to explore some hidden areas. Rose was right beside Han Shuo. She could sense strange life forms flying out from Han Shuo's body. They were like invisible flying insects that spread in every direction. Just like Andrina, Rose was very curious about Han Shuo's demon generals. She, who had been silent all this time, asked in a soft voice, "What are those things flying out from your body?" "They are similar to the little spiders you control. They are used to gather information," Han Shuo casually replied. He did not intend to give a detailed explanation. "It's different. My little spiders are formed by the cells in my body using a special energy. They don't have the ability to fly or hide." After a short pause, Rose closed her eyes and sensed for a moment before she continued. "Moreover, they are far less powerful than life forms like you. You are not a foreigner. How did you do it? You're a slave. Ask less questions and do more work." Han Shuo didn't want to answer and directly slapped a label on him. Rose's eyes dimmed. She seemed to have recalled her identity. She curled her lips and said disdainfully, "What's so great about that?" Han Shuo ignored her. Under the dim light of the night, the two demon generals of the highest grade had already approached the boundary with the secret chamber. Boundaries that could sense the existence of boundaries from afar generally wouldn't be particularly powerful. The two demon generals of the highest grade easily broke through the boundary and went all the way inside. It was a secret passageway leading to the underground. The walls were covered with energy crystals, making the passageway appear brightly lit. As they went deeper, there were 7 to 8 small boundaries blocking their way. The two demon generals of the highest grade passed through safely without triggering any abnormalities in the boundaries. When they were about 500 to 600 meters underground, a black iron door blocked the demon general's prying. The black iron door had an extremely dense boundary energy. The grooves on the door were filled with high-purity energy crystals. The boundary energy was extremely powerful. It was impossible for the demon generals to go any further. There had to be some sort of secret behind the iron and stone door. Before confirming that Avery was inside, Han Shuo didn't dare rashly let the demon generals barge in. Once the boundary reacted and alerted the people inside, it would cause them to be on their guard. This would be detrimental to this operation. Han Shuo controlled the demon generals to stop in front of the black iron door. He waited patiently, wondering if he should take the risk. Just as Han Shuo was pondering, the demon generals placed outside the God Swamp Pharmacy noticed a person wearing the uniform of a pharmacist entering the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo's heart jolted. He temporarily stopped his wild thoughts and quietly waited for the person to enter. The person did not disappoint Han Shuo. He cautiously entered the God Swamp Pharmacy and headed straight for the black iron door. After a while, the person stood in front of the iron door and twisted a crystal compass. Then a soft voice sounded from the other side of the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Karf." The pharmacist, who seemed to be a frequent visitor, replied softly and moved his face closer to the black iron door. The boundary energy gradually weakened. Then the door slowly opened. A person smilingly invited Karf in and asked, "What good stuff have you brought today?" With just a glance, The demon general could tell that the gatekeeper was one of Avery's former subordinates of the Fifth Corps. After Han Shua took over the Fifth Corps, he had spent a lot of time reading through the information he had on the Fifth Corps. He had a good idea of who Avery's most loyal subordinates were. Is Lord Avery still cultivating inside? Karf put on a faint smile and asked in a soft voice, "Yes, I'll bring you there." The former Fifth Corps Divine Guard replied, smilingly. At this moment, the black iron door was closed and the boundary was reconnected. The two's voices grew softer and softer. Outside the God Swamp pharmacy, Han Shua's expression jolted. He put on a faint smile and said, "Very good. That Ralph of the Second Corps' information is indeed accurate. Avery really is with Hassling. No wonder the House of Saint couldn't find him." As he spoke, Han Shua nodded at Rose and walked out from the darkness. He softly cried, "Follow me." Han Shua made a beeline for the God Swamp pharmacy. With the omnipresent vision of demon generals, Han Shua easily evaded the detection of the God Swamp Divine Guards and headed straight for the entrance of a secret chamber protected by boundaries. The boundary in front of the door was only used as a warning and to conceal the existence of the secret chamber. With Han Shua and Rose's strengths, it wasn't difficult for them to evade the boundary. The two carefully concealed their auras, while Rose used her darkness divine energy to disrupt the effect of the boundary. Then, the two of them stealthily entered the secret chamber. The demon general had seen everything in the tunnel clearly. With that in mind, Han Shua and Rose's journey was very smooth. They dismantled one small boundary after another along the way, and finally arrived in front of the black stone door. The concealment ability of demon generals refined from two high gods was even more astonishing. It was only when Rose arrived at the door that she sensed the auras of two bizarre life forms hidden in the darkness. She looked at Han Shua in astonishment, took a few steps back, and softly exclaimed, "How miraculous!" Even a high god of her level had to get so close to the door to detect the presence of the demon generals. How could an average person know that there was a pair of eyes right next to them? With such omnipresent vision, whether it was escaping or pursuing, it was as though they had turned on a cheating device. They were simply unstoppable. Han Shua pointed at the powerful iron door and asked in a weak voice, "Are you confident that you can break the boundary without making a sound?" Rose took a step forward, observed for a moment, and shook her head. She replied, "No, the person who deployed the boundary is no weaker than me. If we attack, we will immediately alert the people inside." Han Shua bunched his brows when he heard Rose's words. Then he calmly said, "If that's the case, we can only force our way in." As soon as he finished those words, 17 flying swords instantly flew out from his body. With one thought from Han Shua, the 17 flying swords fiercely bombarded the iron door in a special trajectory. An earth-shattering noise suddenly spread from the door. Under the terrifying power of the 17 flying swords, the layers of boundaries were completely torn apart. The iron door was sliced into pieces. Han Shua proudly strode in and instructed Rose, "Don't leave anyone alive. Kill them all." "Who's there?" Amidst the flying stone fragments, a panicked shout came from inside. Han Shua didn't say a word. His flying swords shot towards the source of the voice. The shouts turned into miserable shrieks. Rose didn't stay idle either. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the wind. Several figures were sent flying by her hair. Blood spurted out from their bodies. By the time they landed on the ground, they were already dead. Chapter 763. Along the way, any divine guards on Avery's side who poked their heads out would be slaughtered by the duo. The spacious underground chamber was filled with the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. The divine guards who died to the 17 flying swords were reduced to puddles of blood. The bodies of those divine guards killed by Lolth were quickly corroded when they came in contact with the puddles of blood. The duo charged into the chamber like a god slaying a god. Time was of the essence, and they were in the God Swamp pharmacy in Hushvale City. Han Shua knew that he could not stay in this place for too long. If the divine guards of Hushvale City were to gather and surround them, even Han Shua and Rose might not be able to escape unscathed. Therefore, Han Shua showed no mercy. The 17 flying swords turned into rivers of blood. Han Shua and Rose made their way to the innermost part of the secret chamber. While the massacre was taking place, the 2 demon generals had already entered the secret chamber. Avery's location had been imprinted into Han Shua's mind through the demon generals. He did not need to spend too much time searching for Avery. He arrived at the secret chamber that Avery was in without any obstructions. Suddenly, the pharmacist from God Swamp Pharmacy, named Karf, screamed as he charged out from the chamber. Before he could finish screaming, 2 flying swords flashed past his neck. His head flew into the air as blood spurted out from his mouth. His body fell to the ground with a loud thud. Darkness divine energy suddenly gushed out from behind Karf. A domain of divinity was formed in an instant. The already dim secret chamber suddenly turned pitch black. A shadowy figure dashed out from the darkness at extreme speed. His divine energy caused the puddles of blood on the ground to splash towards Han Shua and Rose. As Rose cultivated in the energy of darkness, Han Shua's body would not affect his surroundings too much. Therefore, the shadowy figure moving stealthily through the domain of divinity did not escape the duo's sight. Han Shua wore a calm expression and did not utter a single word. The 17 flying swords shot towards the shadowy figure as though they had eyes. They were as fast as lightning and possessed extremely ferocious power. The ear-piercing screeches of the flying swords resonated in the secret chamber. The flying swords arrived beside the shadowy figure in an instant and enveloped the shadowy figure, preventing him from escaping. At the same time that the 17 flying swords erupted, Han Shua's figure retreated like a ghost, dodging the blood that poured down like a drizzle. He shouted in a low voice, "Avery, you will die today." As soon as he finished those words, the cauldron's spirit poured its energy into his body. Suddenly, a terrifying energy emanated from Han Shua's body. In an instant, the 17 flying swords let out ear-piercing screeches and enveloped Avery. The Avicii hell was formed in an instant. A ruthless and evil aura emanated from Avery. At the same time, Han Shua retreated like a phantom, dodging the drizzling puddles of blood. Rose was horrified. She had planned to help Han Shua, but the moment Han Shua absorbed Cauldron Spirit's energy, she immediately sensed that Han Shua was a completely different person. She turned pale with fright when she sensed the terrifying energy and the 17 flying swords going berserk. It turns out that he didn't use his full strength last time. I was planning to take revenge on him after the master-slave contract is dissolved. How laughable! How laughable! Rose felt incomparably bitter. Even Rose was intimidated by the terrifying energy within the force field formed by the Avicii Hell. She stood beside Han Shua in a daze, not daring to approach the Avicii Hell to help Han Shua deal with Avery. It was also at this moment that Rose completely gave up on avenging Han Shua. She even started to fear Han Shua. Rose knew Han Shua better than most people on Elysium. Back when she was on Profound Continent, Rose had secretly probed Han Shua's strength through Adele, a disciple of Han Shua's. It hadn't been long since Han Shua had gained such terrifying strength. Not only did Rose feel that it was unimaginable, but she also deeply feared Han Shua. Avery's strength was inferior to Rose's, and this time, Han Shua had borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy. Therefore, Avery was completely powerless in the Avicii Hell. The darkness divine energy in his body was corroded by the frost and acid toxins of the 17 flying swords. In just a few seconds, he had lost all hope. Han Shua suddenly dashed towards Avery and coldly shouted, "Carmelita didn't kill your children. It was me." Avery's eyes suddenly burst out with extreme hatred. He seemed to be unwilling to die, just like that. He clenched his teeth and was prepared to inflict a heavy blow on Han Shuo before he died. Unfortunately, Han Shuo did not give Avery any chance to do so. The 17 flying swords circled around Avery's chest and severed all the vitality in his body. Before the acid toxins could corrode Avery, the 17 flying swords suddenly flew back to the side. Han Shuo abruptly closed in on Avery and extended his left hand. The demonic blades burst out and slashed across Avery's neck. With a burst of cold air, Avery's head flew high into the air before any blood flowed out. Han Shuo conveniently took out a glass container that he had prepared beforehand and left a trace of cold air inside it. Avery's head was placed inside the glass container. Cauldron's spirit immediately flew out and absorbed Avery's divine soul at the fastest speed possible. Han Shuo looked around and saw that the ground was covered in pools of blood. There was not a single survivor. He decisively shouted, "Let's go!" Rose looked at Han Shuo in a daze. She softly replied, "Oh." She silently followed behind Han Shuo. Her bright eyes that looked at Han Shuo from behind were filled with astonishment and fear. It took less than 2 minutes for Han Shuo and Han Shuo to break into the God Swamp Pharmacy and kill everyone. Those who had sensed the abnormality underground had yet to arrive at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy. Han Shuo and Rose flew through the air and returned to the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy through the route they came from. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance. It was only when Han Shuo and Rose returned to the entrance that they saw the God Swamp Pharmacy's divine guards rushing towards them. Han Shuo had used his demon generals to scout out the situation inside the God Swamp Pharmacy, but did not discover any trace of hassling. There was simply no one in the God Swamp Pharmacy that could pose a threat to Han Shuo and Rose. The divine guards that came to surround Han Shuo and Rose were courting death. The two showed no mercy. Several of the divine guards were killed on the spot. Han Shuo and Rose did not stay for long. After killing a few divine guards that dared to block their way, they immediately flew away in case the divine guards from Hushvale City would come to them. The assassination had come to a clean and efficient end. Han Shuo and Rose took advantage of the hazy night to escape. The God Swamp Pharmacy's divine guards could only see 2 figures. In just one day, 2 murders took place in Hushvale City. The murderers were the same bunch of people. The experts of all major family clans in Hushvale City were alarmed, especially the chief of the 6th Corps. He was frantically searching for the murderers after losing his son. He even declared that he would hack the murderers into 1,000 pieces if he found them. In the largest house of Hoffley in Hushvale City, Huffs, the city lord of Hushvale City and the patriarch of the House of Hoffley, was wearing a dark and gloomy face. The few chiefs of Hushvale City who stood before him were as quiet as cicadas in winter. They hated the murderers to the bone. Find the murderers in 3 days, dead or alive. Although the tall and skinny Hoffs had a scholarly appearance, those who knew him well knew that he was a hot-tempered man. He was truly enraged this time. It had only been a few days since the death of Divine Guard Chief Eugene, and he had yet to find a place to vent his anger. But now, another murder had happened in Hushvale City. This had clearly exceeded the limits of his tolerance. None of the chiefs dared to say a word. Only the chief of the 6th Corps, Salohachi, who had lost his son, shouted, "Rest assured, City Lord. All the divine guards of the 6th Corps have been mobilized. All the major city gates have received the news that no white-haired woman is allowed to leave the city. The murder at God Swamp Pharmacy happened after the city gates were sealed. We can be certain that the murderers are still in Hushvale City. As long as we increase our search efforts, there is no way that the 2 can escape. I don't care what methods you use. I want them dead or alive in 3 days." Huffs was extremely enraged. He asked, "Has Hassling not returned yet?" "My lord, Hassling is in fires in town. We have sent word that Hassling is currently in Hushvale City. Given the distance between fires in town and Hushvale City, Hassling will be arriving soon. replied lordly, the chief of the First Corps respectfully. Why did the two insist on killing people at God Swamp Pharmacy? That secret chamber was littered with corpses. Not a single complete corpse could be found. Who are the people who died? Hoffs slammed the table. Bang! The entire table exploded into pieces. Stone chips scattered all over the floor. Lordly put on a bitter face and said, "There are no traces at the scene. We don't know what happened for now. We can only wait for Hassling to come and ask him. City Lord, the master of God Swamp Pharmacy requests an audience." It was at this moment that a divine guard reported from outside. Everyone was waiting for Hassling's arrival. Hoff's eyes turned cold, and he shouted, "Let him in!" A moment later, Hassling, who had white hair and a youthful complexion, entered the room in fear and trepidation. As soon as he arrived, he bowed deeply at Hoffs and said in a sorrowful voice, "City Lord, please seek justice for me." Hoffs put on an impatient face and coldly groaned. "Who are the people who died in your secret chamber?" Avery of the City of Shadows and those divine guards of the Fifth Corps of the City of Shadows. After Avery had a falling out with the House of Saint of the City of Shadows, as well as the House of Saint and I, he contacted me, hoping that I could give them a place to stay. But I did not expect that such a thing would happen. The House of Saint is too audacious to commit murder in Hushvale City. They're simply looking down on our city. Last time, they killed Eugene. But this time they are even more audacious. My lord, Hushvale City cannot remain weak any longer. Hassling cried in front of Hoffs as tears streamed down his aged face. But I did not expect that this would happen. The House of Saint is too audacious to commit murder in Hushvale City. They are simply looking down on our city. Last time, they killed Eugene. But this time they are even more audacious. My lord, Hushvale City cannot remain weak any longer. Hassling knew that there was no way he could conceal such a major incident that happened in the God Swamp Pharmacy. Besides, he had a personal grudge against the House of Saint. No matter who killed Avery, he had to bring the matter to the House of Saint first. It would be best if Hushvale City could go to war with the City of Shadows. But even if they could not, he wanted to infuriate Hoffs and teach the House of Saint a lesson. It's actually Avery. Hoffs immediately flew into a rage after hearing Hassling's words. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Your lordship, you are very busy, and the House of Saint is pursuing Avery very closely. I was planning to wait for a few days before reporting to your lordship. I did not expect that such a thing would happen. Please forgive me, your lordship. I, Hassling, have always been loyal and devoted to your lordship. I hope that your lordship will be able to see through this. Hassling hastily explained. Your lordship, since the deceased is Avery of the City of Shadows, he shouldn't be a citizen of Hushvale City. If it really is the House of Saint, then we are in the wrong. After all, Wallace had instructed that no one from the Darkness Dominion is to protect Avery. He is determined to take Avery's head. For Avery to appear in the secret chamber of God Swamp Pharmacy, we are in the wrong, reminded the chief of Second Corps. So what? Since the House of Saint knew that Avery was in the God Swamp Pharmacy, why didn't they inform the city lord in advance? Why did they barge into the God Swamp Pharmacy and kill him? Besides, not only did they kill Avery, but they killed my son right in the middle of the street just because they had a little quarrel with him. How are we going to settle this? By doing this, the House of Saint of the City of Shadows is simply looking down on Hushvale City. If Hushvale City shows weakness, they will only become more and more unbridled. Your lordship, please understand this, shouted Salahachi, who had lost his son. Hoffs listened to the quarrel between the Divine Guard chiefs and turned to Hassling. His face turned gloomy, and he instructed in a low voice, "No matter what, those who have killed in my Hushvale City will not be able to leave. The few of you, send out all your Divine Guards to investigate. If they are found, kill them on the spot. Those from the City of Shadows could kill Eugene, and now they dare to act so presumptuously in my Hushvale City. I don't care what Wallace says. They must be dead meat. Hafs did not change his mind even after learning about the cause and effect of the incident and gave the order to kill, without mercy. The Divine Guards knew that Hafs would not change his mind. The Divine Guard chiefs, who had been taken advantage of by the intruders, were fuming with rage. They put on cold faces and mobilized all the Divine Guards in the city to carry out a massive manhunt for the intruders. At this moment, Han Shua and Rose, who had turned Hushvale City upside down, had found a new gymnasium in one of the most remote districts of Hushvale City. However, before they arrived at the gymnasium, Rose's long hair was completely covered by a jet-black silk scarf. After concealing her conspicuous features, the two found a new gymnasium. This time, Han Shuo rented the gymnasium using his own divine tablet. After arriving at the gymnasium, Han Shuo calmly sat down and did not appear to be in a hurry. However, after the massacre at God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo noticed that the way Rose looked at him had changed. From time to time, she would crease her brows and look at him as though she had something to ask but was embarrassed to do so. After a few times, Han Shuo grew impatient. He looked at Rose from afar and asked, "What do you want to say?" Rose stared blankly for a moment. She hesitated for a moment before she asked, back at the Demon Mountain, "Why didn't you kill me right from the start? Based on the strength you displayed last night, if you had used your full strength, I wouldn't have been able to survive." Back then, Han Shuo had used his full strength. It was only because Cauldron's spirit wasn't with him that he couldn't kill her. Cauldron's spirit was also Han Shuo's greatest secret. Therefore, he naturally couldn't reveal how important Cauldron's spirit was to him. Han Shuo stared blankly at the curious Rose for a moment. After failing to come up with an excuse after a long while, he coldly said, "Remember who you are and stop asking irrelevant questions." Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo closed his eyes in silence and no longer paid any attention to Rose. Rose was furious. The more she spent time with Han Shuo, the more she felt that Han Shuo was despicable. Despite being a mysterious person, Han Shuo was tight-lipped and refused to tell her the truth. On top of that, he would order her around all day long. This filled Rose's heart with resentment, but she had nowhere to vent it. "When are we leaving?" Rose glared hatefully at Han Shuo for a few more times before she asked, "After a day and night of killing, I reckon that the entire Hushvale City is in chaos. You have also asked me to cover my white hair. You should know that Hushvale City will not let us off. Under such circumstances, if we are discovered, all the experts of Hushvale City will gather here. Even if we have decent strength, we won't be able to escape from the joint pursuit of all the experts of Hushvale City." Although Rose was confident in her own strength, she knew that it was impossible for her to escape from the encirclement of Hushvale City. She wasn't even a match for the city, Lord of Hushvale City. If all the experts of Hushvale City were to gather, she believed that even Han Shuo wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Right now, Hushvale City is on high alert. There are more Divine Guards on the streets than there are pedestrians. All the city gates must have been sealed. It is not a good time for us to leave Hushvale City at this moment. "We are most likely to be exposed," said Han Shuo lazily with his eyes still closed. "Besides, this matter has not been settled cleanly. Haven't we already killed them all? What else do you want?" asked Rose in astonishment. "We are still missing one person. This person is even more difficult to deal with than Avery. He is the master of the God Swamp Pharmacy, Hassling." Han Shuo opened his eyes and looked at Rose. He explained, "Putting aside the personal grudges between me and Hassling, for the sake of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's dominance over the Darkness Dominion, I must eliminate him." "You still dare to make a move at a time like this?" Rose was shocked by Han Shuo's audacity. She cried out in alarm, "So you know that Hushvale City is in a state of panic. Everyone is looking for the two of us. Isn't it a little too presumptuous to make a move now?" Han Shuo put on a calm smile, shrugged, and comforted Rose. "Don't worry, I am confident that I can get you out of Hushvale City alive. Have a good rest. We will make another trip to the God Swamp Pharmacy at night. I believe that Hassling should have returned by now, given what happened in the God Swamp Pharmacy." Rose put on a cold face, but in her heart she was laughing bitterly. She did not expect to follow such a lunatic. Would she be able to walk out of Hushvale City alive? Although Rose had been a cultivator for many years, she had never met someone as audacious as Han Shuo, a madman who looked down on everyone else. She was actually a little excited. She was both worried and excited about the assassination attempt. Her heart could not calm down. Chapter 764. As night fell, the streets of Hushvale City were filled with divine guards. Those divine guards were gloomy faces and were silent. Their eyes were vigilantly looking all around. Many small family clans and gymnasiums were visited by these divine guards. The interrogations of the white-haired beauty were repeated time and time again. Most of the ordinary gods in the gymnasiums and the family clans did not know what happened in Hushvale City yesterday. However, they could guess that something big must have happened in Hushvale City. Otherwise, the streets wouldn't be filled with divine guards. Hushvale City had entered an unprecedented state of vigilance. The most prosperous streets were visited by the divine guards. As the search circle narrowed, the divine guards gradually moved towards the more desolate and impoverished districts. It was obvious that they were not going to let go of every corner of Hushvale City. It was at this moment that Han Shuo and Rose stealthily left the desolate gymnasium and headed towards the bustling street where the God Swamp Pharmacy was located. After exiting the desolate district, Han Shuo immediately used his demon generals to detect the presence of divine guards everywhere. Compared to last night, even with the help of his demon generals, Han Shuo and Rose found it much more difficult to move. They had to be extremely careful in order to avoid the endless stream of divine guards. On the way to the God Swamp Pharmacy, even Rose appeared rather nervous. As a mid-stage high god, Rose's hearing was extraordinary. She could hear the voice of the white-haired beauty coming from the mouth of the divine guards not far away. Not only was Rose furious, but she also felt rather uneasy. There were many times when Rose tried to dissuade Han Shuo from going to the God Swamp Pharmacy. She felt a strong sense of danger from the number of divine guards they encountered along the way. The more prosperous the street, the more divine guards there would be. The checkpoints would appear again and again. Recklessly entering the God Swamp Pharmacy was no different from seeking death. However, when Rose wanted to dissuade Han Shuo from going to the God Swamp Pharmacy, she saw Han Shuo's determined and confident expression. For some reason, Rose felt that the journey wasn't particularly dangerous. It was as though nothing would go wrong with Han Shuo by her side. Vaguely, Rose even felt a little excited. She was looking forward to the upcoming danger. The closer one got to the God Swamp Pharmacy, the more divine guards one would encounter on the streets. As the most important crime scene of yesterday's murder case, the God Swamp Pharmacy was naturally the place where the divine guards were most vigilant in their search. The chief of the 6th Corps was also searching the area. He was like a ferocious beast that had gone berserk, cursing and swearing all the way. If it weren't for the fact that the 5th Corps was out of sight, Han Shuo wouldn't have brought Rose to the God Swamp Pharmacy. Of course, without his demon generals, Han Shuo wouldn't have been able to get close to the God Swamp Pharmacy without alerting any divine guards. With the experience of yesterday's assassination, Han Shuo knew every corner of the God Swamp Pharmacy. As soon as they approached the area, Han Shuo started searching for any concealment he could find. As Han Shuo and Rose possessed extraordinary strength, as long as there was something that could hide their bodies, the divine guards who were weaker than them wouldn't be able to detect their auras. Rose cultivated in the energy of darkness. She deliberately released a faint, dark mist. In the middle of the night, with the help of the faint, dark mist Rose released, Han Shuo and Rose searched for concealment step by step. After a tremendous amount of effort, they finally arrived at the vicinity of the God Swamp Pharmacy. Unlike the day before, they were still quite a distance away from the God Swamp Pharmacy. As there were many divine guards patrolling around the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shua and Han Shua had no means of concealment. It would be impossible for them to pass through the God Swamp Pharmacy unimpeded. Therefore, they had no choice but to lie low in the distance. After killing Avery and his party the day before, Cauldron's spirit had gained a few dozen more demon generals. As Avery possessed high god strength, it would take a little longer to refine a demon general of the highest grade. Therefore, he couldn't use it for the time being. Han Shua placed Shua, the little demon general with meager strength, far away from the chief of the Sixth Corps and the God Swamp Pharmacy with the demon generals refined from Eugene's high god divine souls. This time, Han Shua didn't dare to act rashly because he guessed that Hassling should be inside the God Swamp Pharmacy. Hassling possessed extraordinary strength. Even the demon generals refined from Eugene's high god divine souls would be discovered if they were to approach Hassling. Before confirming their target, Han Shua didn't want any accidents to happen. Gradually, the two demon generals passed through the divine guards who were vigilantly looking around and entered the God Swamp Pharmacy. The process was much smoother than the previous time. As soon as the two demon generals entered the God Swamp Pharmacy, they immediately saw Hassling standing on top of a building in the distance. He was pondering something with his brows lowered. With such a major incident happening in Hushvale City, and the God Swamp Pharmacy being the main crime scene, Hassling had an undeniable responsibility. In order to show the city lord that he was wholeheartedly working for Hushvale City, Hassling removed all the boundaries and seals around the God Swamp Pharmacy. He did not hide or plot anything, but stood at the most conspicuous spot in the God Swamp Pharmacy, as though trying to show that he was open and above board. All of Hushvale City's divine guards were on full alert. In addition, Hassling did not know that he was also Han Shua's main target. Therefore, he was not worried about his own safety at all. Although he put on a worried face, he was actually overjoyed. He had been planning and plotting for many years for the sake of dealing with the House of Saint. How could he not be excited to see the city, Lord of Hushvale City, so irascibly declare war? As soon as the demon generals entered the God Swamp Pharmacy, they immediately saw Hassling standing proudly at the highest point. His hair was white and his face was as fair as jade. Han Shua immediately confirmed that it was indeed Hassling. He turned to Rose and said, "Found him." "Where is he?" Rose stared blankly. She did not expect that Han Shua would be able to find his target so quickly. Han Shua pointed at the tallest building in the distance and smilingly said, "He's at the top of that building. We are too far away from him. You won't be able to see him. Right now, we should be thinking about how to approach that building stealthily and kill Hassling. The area around God Swamp Pharmacy is vast and empty. There is no place to hide. It is almost impossible for us to avoid the eyes and ears of all the divine guards. I think we should wait for a while." Rose looked around and bunched her brows. She was certain that under such circumstances, it would be impossible to approach the building stealthily. If only Earth Elite Zombie was here, Han Shua suddenly thought to himself as he gazed at the building in the distance. He started to miss the days when he had the 5 elite zombies by his side. Given the current circumstances, he would not be able to avoid detection by the divine guards stationed in Hushvale City, even if he flew there. The only way he could approach the place without alerting anyone was to use Earth Elite Zombie's ability to burrow into the ground. However, Earth Elite Zombie and the others did not stay by his side as they wished to improve their strength. "I don't want to sit around and wait for death. We don't have much time." Han Shua shouted calmly as he stared at Hassling with his 2 demon generals. "Under such circumstances, how do you think we can approach the building stealthily?" Although Rose admired Han Shua a little for being so persistent, she still told him the truth and told him that they had no chance. Han Shua did not say a word. Strange lights flashed through his eyes. His brain was spinning rapidly as he tried to come up with a solution. After a long while, the corners of Han Shua's mouth curved into a confident smile. He laughed and said, "I got it." "What do we do?" Rose was startled. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment. She did not know what Han Shuo could do under such circumstances. "Everyone is looking for you. What do you think will happen if you appear in the vicinity?" asked Han Shuo in a faint smile. Rose's heart turned cold. She put on a dejected face and did not look at Han Shuo. She lowered her head and softly said, "You want me to lure them away? I don't think I can escape from the pursuit of the entire Hushvale city without your help. Master, are you trying to send me to my death?" Ever since Han Shuo had subdued Rose, Rose had never addressed him as master without Han Shuo's explicit orders. But now, for some unknown reason, Rose actually addressed him as master. Perhaps she was disheartened and had lost all hope. Han Shuo immediately knew that Rose was thinking the wrong thing. But for some unknown reason, when he saw Rose's dejected expression, Han Shuo felt a little sorry for her. He shook his head and cast away the strange feeling in his heart. Then he said in a cold voice, "I have never thought of sending my own people to their deaths." Upon hearing Han Shuo's words, Rose, who had a dejected expression on her face, suddenly raised her head in pleasant surprise and asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" A demon head gradually materialized. Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he stared at Rose. He ordered, "Take off the headscarf." Rose was somewhat uncomfortable under Han Shuo's intense gaze. She avoided Han Shuo's gaze and took off the headscarf. Her silky silver hair flowed out and hung down to her waist. Han Shuo stared at Rose. Rose's expression became more and more strange. She didn't know why Han Shuo's gaze was so strange at this time. Suddenly, Rose covered her sexy lips in panic, fearing that she would scream. Her other hand pointed at the demon head that was gradually transforming. Rose couldn't believe it. Her heart was in a mess. "It's not you. It's just a condensed illusion." "How is it?" "It's very realistic, isn't it?" Under Han Shuo's mental manipulation, the demon head took on the appearance of Rose. Her beautiful silver hair was very eye-catching. Rose looked at Han Shuo and nodded repeatedly. She was so astonished that she couldn't utter a word. Anyone who was not mentally prepared for this would be at a loss like Rose. They would not know what to do for a moment. It will lead those divine guards away for you. As long as they keep a suitable distance, those divine guards won't be able to tell the difference between you and the real you. By the time those divine guards discover the difference in aura between you and the demon head, it will have completed its mission and will have vanished into thin air. By then, we will have joined hands to kill Hassling, explained Han Shuo smilingly. Rose stared blankly for a long while before she finally came to her senses. She cried out in surprise, "That's amazing! Is there any problem now?" Han Shuo, who was in a hurry to get rid of Hassling, asked Rose one last time. "Yes, there's no problem now." Rose suddenly felt rather embarrassed. Perhaps it was because she had misunderstood Han Shuo's plan. Now that she thought about it, it seemed that she had been overthinking. "All right then, I will make my move now. Once those divine guards are lured away, we will immediately go and slaughter them," shouted Han Shuo. The demon head in Rose's form slowly walked out from his hiding spot and rapidly flew towards the God Swamp Pharmacy. The demon head in its tangible form was as light as a feather. It floated towards the God Swamp Pharmacy like a catkin. There were many divine guards in the vicinity. Almost as soon as the demon head appeared, the divine guards discovered Rose. They immediately started shouting, "It's the white-haired woman. It's her. It must be her. How dare she come? The city lord has ordered us to kill them on sight. Don't hold back. Move. Do not let them escape, or we will not be able to answer to the city lord." The shouts and shouts of the divine guards broke the silence of the night. Those divine guards who did not see Rose's demon head were alarmed. They came out from their hiding spots and chased after the demon head. As soon as the demon head approached the God Swamp Pharmacy, Rose and her demon had immediately sensed that something was amiss. She immediately turned around and left, disappearing into the distance. All the divine guards became excited. They shouted and chased after the demon head. The divine guards at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy also flew out, shouting and yelling. City Lord of Hushvale City, Hoffs, had given them a deadline of 3 days. These divine guards knew that Hoffs was a hot-tempered person. If they could not kill the murderer within 3 days, he might reprimand the divine guard chiefs. If their chief were to suffer, they, as subordinates, would not be able to escape punishment. They did not know how badly they would be reprimanded by their chief. Therefore, in order to avoid the worst consequences, the divine guards chased after the demon head as though they were high on aphrodisiacs. In the blink of an eye, the divine guards surrounding the God Swamp Pharmacy dispersed. Their gazes were fixed on Rose as they chased after the demon head. Hassling, who was on top of the tallest building, also noticed the anomaly. He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to give chase. It was the duty of the Hushvale City divine guards to hunt down murderers. Although he was very curious, he could only suppress his curiosity. He thought to himself, has that woman gone mad? She knows that the God Swamp Pharmacy is the most important location for the murder case. There will be a large number of divine guards around. As soon as the divine guards at the entrance of the God Swamp Pharmacy left, Han Shua immediately shouted, "Let's go!" Without the surveillance of the divine guards, Han Shua and Rose did not have to worry about being discovered before they even entered the God Swamp Pharmacy. Although Hassling was standing on the tallest building, he could not see everything below him. As Han Shua and Rose had chosen a secluded corner, they did not attract Hassling's attention. The two had successfully snuck into the God Swamp Pharmacy. Once inside, there were many more places for them to hide. With his demon generals scouting ahead of time, Han Shua had already picked a place to stay before entering the God Swamp Pharmacy. He led Rose through the shadows of walls and rocks, avoiding several God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards along the way. Finally, they arrived at the building where Hassling was staying. Instead of flying straight up, the two concealed their auras and rushed to the top floor from the first floor at top speed. Time was of the essence. Han Shua did not waste a second and arrived at the lowest floor of the building in an extremely short amount of time. "Who's there?" It was at this moment that Hassling suddenly sensed an aura rushing towards him from below. He let out a loud shout, and without thinking, he prepared to make the first move. He knew very well that anyone who suddenly appeared at this moment would not be a friend. The stone slab from the bottom to the top of the building suddenly exploded. Shards of rock shot towards Hassling's head. The 17 flying swords flew out and enveloped Hassling in an instant. Without saying a word, Han Shua closed his eyes and absorbed Cauldron Spirit's energy into his body at the fastest speed possible. He then deployed the Avicii Inferno and attacked Hassling with all his might. The commotion above had attracted the attention of the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards below. A dozen or so divine guards rushed up to the top of the building in the blink of an eye. When they saw Rose wearing a cold face, they attacked without hesitation. The reason why Han Shua insisted on bringing Rose along was so that she could help him take care of the small fries and finish off Hassling as quickly as possible. Rose knew that Han Shua could not afford to be distracted at this moment. Rose obviously did not disappoint Han Shua. Her long hair fluttered wildly in the wind. The dozen or so God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards that charged at her were sent flying by Rose's long hair. Arrows of blood shot out from their chests and rained down to the ground. Han Shua closed his eyes and turned a blind eye to everything around him. He focused all his attention on the Avicii Inferno. The ear-piercing screeches of the 17 flying swords pierced through the silent night sky and spread far and wide. Not far away, many Hushvale City divine guards heard the soul-stirring screeches from the God Swamp Pharmacy. Some of them seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and hastily returned to the God Swamp Pharmacy. Hasling's cultivation realm was slightly higher than Avery's. He possessed mid-stage high god strength. He was able to endure the Avicii Inferno for a much longer period of time. He desperately resisted the corrosive power and cold toxins of the 17 flying swords. He shouted, "I recognize you. You are the master of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I recognize you too. You once framed me and nearly caused my Celestial Pearl Pharmacy's downfall in the City of Shadows. Also, you have an extraordinary relationship with the God Hunters, and the God Swamp Pharmacy is the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion. Therefore, you must die today." Han Shuo suddenly let out a low roar and opened his eyes wide. The 17 flying swords that enveloped Hasling suddenly transformed into indistinct shadows that interweaved into a large net that wrapped around Hasling. Han Shuo, who had seen the Hushvale City divine guards approaching with his demon generals, abruptly approached Hasling. Han Shuo summoned all the energy in his body and swung the demon's lair edge at Hasling. The energy of his 2 avatars and his main body blasted out. In an instant, as though some sort of bizarre transformation had occurred, Hasling's head was sent flying by the demon's lair edge. Cauldron's spirit suddenly flew out and collected Hasling's divine soul at the fastest speed possible. Han Shuo casually collected Hasling's space ring and shouted, "Let's go!" Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo flew into the distance, with Rose following closely behind. Chapter 765. The Hushvale City divine guards that had been dispersed from the Godswamp Pharmacy were returning from the vicinity. They happened to see Han Shuo and Rose flying away from the tallest building in the Godswamp Pharmacy and immediately chased after them. At the same time, a furious roar sounded from the direction they came from. "God damn it, it's an illusion!" The voice belonged to the chief of the 6th Corps, Salohachi. He had been chasing after the demon general with a group of divine guards for half a day. With great difficulty, he finally caught up with the demon general that had taken the form of Rose. Salohachi immediately sensed that something was wrong with the demon general. The demon general quickly dissipated and vanished. Salohachi immediately knew that it was an illusion. Salohachi could sense the trajectory of the demon general, but at this moment he heard a cry of alarm behind him. He immediately realized that he had been lured away. Ignoring the demon general that had flown away, he hastily returned and chased after Han Shuo and Rose with the other divine guards. "Hasling is dead! Hasling is dead! Master is dead! Master has been killed!" The loud cries of the Hushvale City divine guards and those from the Godswamp Pharmacy sounded from the Godswamp Pharmacy. The news of Hasling's death was immediately received by all the divine guards in the vicinity. All the divine guards in Hushvale City were enraged. The murderer had returned to Godswamp Pharmacy and killed Hasling even though they were under tight defense. Such a ruthless and reckless act was as though the divine guards of Hushvale City were nothing to him. He did not give them the slightest bit of respect. What they found most unacceptable was that the murderer had succeeded in humiliating them. It was a blatant insult and provocation. What? As though he had suffered a heavy blow, Salohachi's rage exploded like a mountain torrent. Like a wild beast that had gone berserk, he gasped for air and bellowed, "Stop them! If they don't die today, all of you will die." All the divine guards of Hushvale City went berserk. They swarmed out from every corner and chased after Han Shuo and Rose. Divine guards from other corps also rushed over after hearing the commotion. The entire street was in an uproar. There must be at least one divine guard within 10 meters of Han Shuo. Even if Han Shuo had extraordinary abilities, he would not be able to completely conceal himself under such a dense encirclement of divine guards. He was surrounded by Hushvale City divine guards from all directions. Every single one of them had their eyes fixed on the two. Unless Han Shuo could turn invisible like a demon general, he would not be able to vanish into thin air under the watchful eyes of so many. Rose stuck close to Han Shuo. Neither of them had any intention of fighting. They chose to rush through areas where the crowd was sparse. Whenever they ran into a large group of divine guards, they would force their way through. They dared not expose themselves to the encirclement. There were hundreds of divine guards gathered in the street. Once Han Shuo and Rose were temporarily trapped, more divine guards from other Hushvale City districts would rush over. By then, all the experts of Hushvale City would be gathered in one place. If Han Shuo and Rose were trapped, even though Han Shuo and Rose possessed extraordinary strength, it would be extremely difficult for them to fight their way out. Han Shuo had no intention of stopping to fight. Without saying a word, he darted through the shadows of the buildings around him. He tried his best to avoid areas with more divine guards. Even so, there were still divine guards who discovered the two and swarmed towards them from all directions. When that happened, Han Shuo and Rose would immediately look for an opening so that they could escape at high speed. The demon generals that were scattered around the street were constantly moving around and transmitting the whereabouts of all the divine guards to Han Shuo. Han Shuo wore a tranquil face. His mind, and body had reached the state of immobility. He rapidly memorized the reactions of all the demon generals and tried to find the best way to deal with the situation as quickly as possible. Hushvale City was filled with energy towers and boundary towers. The chiefs of divine guards in the city had unique means of communication. The chiefs of divine guards who were searching for Han Shuo and Rose soon received news of the death of Hassling, the master of God Swamp Pharmacy. They also learned of how domineering the murder was. All the chiefs of divine guards were enraged by Han Shuo's audacious actions. The chiefs of divine guards who felt insulted by Han Shuo immediately mobilized their main force of divine guards and rushed towards the God Swamp Pharmacy district at top speed. The entire Hushvale City was filled with ear-piercing screeches. It was destined that the night would not be peaceful. The silent night was filled with divine guards galloping, shouting, and bellowing. Their faces were flushed red, their mouths were cursing, or their faces were gloomy, as though they were full of resentment. The divine guards were rushing through Hushvale City with murderous intent. Deep into the night, some of the small family clans and ordinary gods in Hushvale City immediately learned that something major had happened in Hushvale City. Everyone became anxious and guarded their homes. Many barriers and seals were activated. The energy towers and barrier towers that provided energy to the entire Hushvale City suddenly lit up. In an instant, the night sky turned bright and clear. Under the dazzling radiance of the energy towers, Hushvale City became as bright as day. With that, Han Shuo and Rose were in an even more precarious situation. They could not take advantage of the darkness to avoid being noticed by more divine guards. Their every move and movement would soon be exposed. Rose started to panic. The sudden brightness of the energy towers meant that the two of them had alarmed all the major family clans in Hushvale City. The situation was becoming more and more unfavorable for the two. The sudden brightness of the energy towers only caused Han Shuo to crease his brows. He seemed to be repulsed by the blinding light. He even let out a cold groan and wore a disdainful smile on his face as he continued to shuttle back and forth. Gradually, due to the bright light of the energy towers and the arrival of divine guards from other corps, Han Shuo and Rose found it difficult to move forward. It suddenly became difficult for them to find an opening to break through. Han Shuo's heart turned cold. He originally had no intention of starting a massacre in Hushvale City. But from the looks of it, Hushvale City was prepared to tear him and Rose into a million pieces. With things having come to this, Han Shuo had no more misgivings. The 17 flying swords streaked across the sky while emitting ear-piercing whistles. The 17 flying swords glowed brilliantly under the dazzling light. The divine guards in front of Han Shuo had barely formed an encirclement when they were struck by the flying swords one step ahead of them. The 17 flying swords were extremely sharp and carried terrifying toxins of acid and frost. Any divine guard who was struck by the flying swords would have his divine body begin to melt and turn into a puddle of blood and water. Without uttering a single word, Han Shuo used his demon generals to scan for any abnormalities in his surroundings. The 17 flying swords whizzed past him and killed any divine guards who dared to block his way. His attacks were ruthless and decisive. The 17 flying swords were deployed. Under the blinding light, the divine guards blocking his way were killed one after another. In just a short while, nearly 30 low-god and mid-god divine guards had been turned into puddles of blood. Naturally, the cauldron of myriad demon would not let go of such an opportunity to improve its strength. It immediately flew out from Han Shuo's body and started absorbing the divine souls. Han Shuo's face was as calm as a boulder. Strange lights flashed in his eyes as the images of the 17 flying swords were reflected in his eyes. With the 17 flying swords paving the way, any divine guards in Han Shuo's way would be killed before they could even get close to him. There was simply no way for them to form an encirclement. They could not hinder Han Shuo for even a second. Han Shuo was able to charge through the defensive circle formed by the divine guards and kill his way out. Wherever Han Shuo and Rose passed, they left behind a trail of melted corpses. The divine guards in the vicinity who saw Han Shuo killing anyone who got in their way started hesitating. When a group of divine guards saw the 17 flying swords whizzing towards them, they actually parted in fear and made a path for Han Shuo. As soon as the 17 flying swords appeared, the 17 flying swords whizzed past in 17 streaks of light. They did not waste any time killing the divine guards who made way for them. As soon as the 17 flying swords passed through, Han Shuo and Rose's figures flashed and disappeared. They broke through the encirclement of the divine guards. After the 17 flying swords appeared, Han Shuo killed all the divine guards in his way. His acid and frost poisons killed all the divine guards who got in his way. All the divine guards who witnessed the scene were indescribably terrified. After the first batch of divine guards made way for Han Shuo, more and more divine guards made way for him, allowing Han Shuo to break through their encirclement. Cauldron's spirit transformed into a hazy shadow and followed closely behind the 17 flying swords. It was wholeheartedly collecting the divine souls killed by the flying swords. From time to time, it would release a few demon generals to assist it. Without encountering a single high god, Han Shuo's journey was unimpeded. As soon as Han Shuo exited the street block, the chief of Hushvale City's 2nd Corps hastily rushed over. As soon as he arrived, he saw Han Shuo, who was brimming with murderous intent. The chief of Hushvale City's 2nd Corps was enraged by Han Shuo's arrogant behavior. Without saying a word, he dashed towards Han Shuo and said in a sinister and cold voice, "Let's see where you can run to now." Han Shuo's heart sank when he saw a mid-stage high god charging at him with a large group of divine guards. There were also many divine guards from various regions gathering around him. He hastily changed his direction, evaded the chief of 2nd Corps, and charged in another direction. Even with the 17 flying swords operating the Avicii Hell to the limit, there was no way Han Shuo could kill the mid-stage high god divine guard chief in a single exchange. Every second counted. The chief of 6th Corps behind him and the other divine guard chiefs from Hushvale City would arrive. Once he was surrounded by so many experts, Han Shuo believed that he would not be able to escape alive. Therefore, Han Shuo did not waste a single second on the chief of divine guards. He evaded the chief and charged from the weaker side. The whistling noises of the 17 flying swords were extremely ear-piercing. The divine guards on the other side were caught off guard. In an instant, the 17 flying swords pierced through their abdomens. Their bodies that had yet to melt into puddles of blood were sent flying high into the air. Blood spurted everywhere like arrows. "Don't retreat. Stop him even if you have to die," shouted the chief of 2nd Corps when he saw that the divine guards on the other side were instinctively retreating under the terrifying destructive power of the 17 flying swords. The divine guards on the other side, who were initially planning to temporarily retreat, upon hearing the chief of Second Corps' command, made a move. With the determination to die, they unleashed all the divine energies in their bodies. Instead of attacking the 17 flying swords, the divine weapons in their hands flew towards Han Shuo, who was charging at them. As Han Shuo and Rose were simply too fast and did not slow down in midair, the divine guards who were separated from them did not launch any long-range attacks. This was because they could not keep up with Han Shuo and Rose's movements. Even if they tried, they would not be able to achieve anything. After the 17 flying swords were unleashed, the divine guards at the front lines had the opportunity to attack. But under the terrifying destructive power of the 17 flying swords, they were too preoccupied with protecting their own lives that they forgot to attack Han Shuo, who was controlling the flying swords. However, after the chief of Second Corps shouted, those divine guards of the Second Corps finally cast aside their fear of death. With the determination to die, they unleashed the divine weapons in their hands with all the divine energies in their bodies, bypassing the 17 flying swords and heading straight for Han Shuo and Rose. As expected, the 17 flying swords landed on the divine guards and riddled them with holes. However, the divine weapons that the divine guards had unleashed before their deaths were too much for Han Shuo and Rose to dodge. They had no choice but to temporarily stop the battle and defend against the divine weapons. Although the divine guards were only mid-gods, the all-out attacks they had unleashed before their deaths were not to be underestimated. Although Han Shuo and Rose managed to neutralize all the divine weapons, they were also delayed. In just a few short seconds, nearly 100 divine guards had surrounded Han Shuo and Rose. Once Han Shuo and Rose stopped moving, the divine guards would be able to launch long-range attacks. In an instant, hundreds of dazzling rays of light and oddly shaped divine weapons shot at Han Shuo and Rose. The 17 flying swords that were used to kill Han Shuo and Rose had no choice but to return to their sides to defend against all kinds of attacks. Not only was Rose's long hair fluttering in the wind, but she also had to rapidly deploy darkness divine energy to deploy layers of boundaries to defend against the long-range attacks of the divine guards. This was the situation that Han Shuo feared the most. No matter how powerful he and Rose were, it would be very troublesome for them to be surrounded by hundreds of divine guards, especially when one of them was the chief of Second Corps. Furthermore, the chiefs of Sixth Corps and the other corps were also rushing to the scene. At this rate, Han Shuo and Rose would not be able to escape alive. Han Shuo immediately realized that he had fallen into the most difficult and most disadvantageous situation. Under such circumstances, if he could not break out of the encirclement in the shortest time possible, when the other chiefs of Divine Guard arrive, Han Shuo and Rose would not be able to leave this place alive. Han Shuo calmly controlled the 17 flying swords to form the Avicii Hell, swallowing all kinds of attacks. His mind was constantly thinking of ways to break out of the encirclement. Rose's face grew darker and darker. A feeling of despair gradually rose in her heart. Surrounded by so many divine guards, and with even more powerful divine guards on their way, Rose knew that it would be impossible for them to walk out of Hushvale City alive. Bang! The darkness boundary deployed by Rose was destroyed by the chief of Second Corps. Several mid-god divine energies rushed in and bombarded Rose's body, causing Rose's body to sway slightly. When the chief of Second Corps saw that Rose seemed to be the weaker of the two, he immediately put on a cold smile and focused his attacks on Rose. Han Shuo's face jolted. He calmly commanded Cauldron's spirit, "Release all the demon generals. I want to turn Hushvale City upside down." Chapter 766. Han Shuo and Rose were surrounded. Time was of the essence. If more divine guards and divine guard chiefs were to arrive, their situation would become even more precarious. Under such circumstances, Han Shuo had no choice but to use every means at his disposal to break out of the encirclement. Ever since Han Shuo arrived on Elysium, He had been purposefully replenishing Cauldron Spirit's divine soul. After so many years, the demon generals in Cauldron Spirit's body had multiplied several times over. At present, there were more than 600 to 700 demon generals. Usually, Han Shua would only use a small portion of his demon generals to gather information. He had never released all of his demon generals for battle. Cauldron Spirit and Han Shua's minds were linked. Cauldron Spirit knew that the situation was dire. It released its demon generals the moment Han Shua gave the command. At first, the demon generals were still illusory. The only exception was Rose, who was beside Han Shua. Suddenly, she sensed that many living beings had emerged from her body. The divine guards who were attacking from a distance could not see the demon generals. In an instant, phantoms that were hard to see with the naked eye started dispersing in the middle of the divine guards attacking Han Shua and Rose. It was at this moment that Cauldron Spirit commanded his demon generals to attack. Dusky shadows instantly took shape and pounced at the divine guards who were caught off guard. Some of the demon generals in the vicinity that were there to spy on the divine guards also materialized and charged towards the divine guards in the form of ferocious ghosts. The demon generals gathered together and pounced at the divine guards while wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. They tore, bit, and clawed at the divine guards, fully displaying the advantage of their untraceable speed. The demon generals, refined from the divine souls of mid-gods and high gods, possessed extremely powerful offensive power. Furthermore, the demon generals would attack in large groups. They were not afraid of ordinary divine weapons or divine energy. The sudden burst of demon generals instantly penetrated the divine guards' bodies and gnawed at their divine souls. Suddenly, the divine guards of Hushvale City started shrieking in terror. Many of them had their divine bodies invaded by the demon generals. The divine energy in their bodies was being drained like a broken dam. Their divine souls were being corroded by the demon generals, and their consciousness was fading away bit by bit. The demon generals could materialize and transform into an illusory form. They could cause great damage to the divine body and divine soul of the divine guards, especially the divine guards. Once their divine souls were corroded by the demon generals, they would not be able to put up any effective resistance. When the divine guards' divine energy and life force were completely consumed by the demon generals, their divine souls would lose their self-awareness and become fertilizer for the cauldron of myriad demon. One demon general after another whizzed past. Among the dazzling light, gray shadows flashed across the battlefield. The divine guards screamed in agony. Many of the divine guards had their life force rapidly drained away. Although there was not a single trace of blood on their bodies, their eyes were rolled up and they fell to the ground. When the other divine guards went to check on them, they discovered that they were all dead. The battlefield was in utter chaos. 500 to 600 demon generals were rampaging about. The demon generals outnumbered the divine guards around them. More often than not, the demon generals would gather in groups of a dozen or so and suddenly rush into a divine guard's body. They would devour the divine guard's life force in an extremely short amount of time. What's that? What the hell is that? Alak is dead. What the hell is that? Why are divine weapons ineffective against me? What's in my body? I can't kill him. Why can't I kill him? Everyone retreat. Is it a large-scale invasion? I'm going to die too. The Hushvale City divine guards were panic-stricken. They had never seen a life form as unique as demon generals. Ordinary attacks could not pose any threat to the demon generals. The divine guards, who could not find a suitable way to deal with the demon generals, were unable to retaliate at all. The demon generals took the opportunity to kill dozens of them. Cauldron Spirit drifted out like a feather. Cauldron Spirit concealed itself and began harvesting divine souls from the divine guards. At the same time, it commanded the demon generals to attack the divine guards who were most susceptible to the demon generals. The chief of Second Corps was shouting and yelling among the divine guards. He was trying to rally the divine guards to put up an effective resistance. However, as everyone was panic-stricken and the demon generals were constantly howling and wailing, not many could hear his voice. Cauldron's spirit knew that the chief of Second Corps possessed extraordinary strength. Therefore, it did not allow the demon generals to get close to him. It focused on attacking the weaker divine guards and made the battlefield more and more chaotic. The demon generals, refined from High God Eugene, were even more powerful. The divine guards had no way to defend against them. In the blink of an eye, their life force was completely devoured by the demon generals of the highest grade. Their souls were immediately collected by Cauldron's spirit. 200 to 300 divine guards were screaming and yelling. People around them were dying one after another. Under such circumstances, no one had the energy to deal with Han Shuo and Rose. Han Shuo and Rose, who had managed to break free from the encirclement, did not let go of the opportunity to beat the enemy down. 17 flying swords whizzed through the dense crowd. Divine guards were dismembered one after another. Heads, limbs, and blood splattered everywhere. Han Shuo calmly commanded the 17 flying swords to kill the divine guards. Meanwhile, Han Shuo and Rose used the few demon generals at the outermost perimeter to observe the situation from afar. They took the opportunity to kill the divine guards with Rose, so that Cauldron's spirit could absorb more souls. Rose was indescribably excited. She thought that she was going to die for sure, but now that she had a chance to live, her willpower to survive gave her an astonishing fighting spirit. Following behind Han Shuo, Rose mercilessly slaughtered the divine guards around her. In just a few short minutes, more than 100 divine guards surrounding Han Shuo and Rose were killed. Although the chief of Second Corps was shouting and yelling, it was to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the number of divine guards around him dwindled and died. The divine guards started screaming in panic. They could not think of a way to deal with the demon generals. The more anxious they were, the more powerless they became. The sight of their friends dying one after another had cast a psychological shadow on their hearts. They were at a complete loss as to what to do next. The chief of Second Corps frantically shouted, but to no avail. Instead, he discovered that Han Shuo and Rose were charging towards him. The 17 flying swords cleared a path for the divine guards. One after another, divine guards were sent flying into the air. Dozens of demon generals swarmed over like a dark cloud behind Han Shuo. The chief of Second Corps was greatly shocked. Rose's long hair fluttered in the wind. She had injected her darkness divine energy into her hair. Her hair was as sharp and cold as needles. All the divine guards that were struck by her long hair were instantly pierced through. They fell to the ground dead. The chief of Second Corps wore a gloomy face as he stared blankly at Han Shuo and Rose approaching him. His mind was racing to come up with a solution. A few dozen seconds later, the chief of Second Corps decisively retreated. He had given up on fighting Han Shuo and Rose head-on. Physical attacks won't work. Use the divine energy and flames in your body to attack. Those things are afraid of cold and fire. They are also afraid of the distortion of divine energy. Suddenly, a divine guard among the crowd shouted. He had unintentionally found a way to deal with the demon generals. The divine guards who had been helpless against the demon generals, all this while immediately started attacking the demon generals according to the divine guards' method. Immediately, they discovered that the demon generals were retreating in fear. Some of the demon generals that failed to escape in time would even shriek strangely after being burned by the flames. They seemed to have sustained some injuries. With that, the divine guards were no longer at a loss. They started using the new method to deal with the demon generals. The remaining divine guards had found the weakness of the demon generals, and the number of casualties sharply decreased. Those divine guards who had their bodies invaded by the demon generals would burn the demon generals with their flames. The demon generals would flee before their divine bodies were charred black. When Han Shuo saw that the divine guards had found the demon general's weakness and that more and more divine guards were converging on the battlefield through the demon generals that were patrolling in the distance, he coldly groaned and said to Rose, "Let's go!" Upon finishing those words, Han Shuo took the lead and charged towards the battlefield. Rose did not hesitate and immediately followed after him. Several hundred demon generals gathered like a large dark cloud that covered the 17 flying swords. They cleared a path in front of Han Shuo. The few scattered divine guards who tried to block their way were either killed by the demon generals or killed by the 17 flying swords. Han Shuo and Rose were unimpeded. Every living being had a weakness. Nothing was invincible. Demon generals were no exception. However, even if demon generals were afraid of cold and fire, several hundred demon generals could easily entangle a single person to death. It was just like how a swarm of locusts and ants in the desert would not be scary if they were alone. Anyone could easily pinch an ant or a locust to death. However, if a swarm of tens of thousands of locusts and ants were to charge at them, they would have no choice but to retreat or be gnawed to death. Therefore, with several hundred demon generals and the 17 flying swords hidden in the dark cloud, the divine guards who tried to block their way were all annihilated on the spot. Han Shuo and Rose were able to escape the encirclement. With the help of a few dozen invisible demon generals, Han Shuo and Rose took advantage of the fact that the encirclement had yet to fully take shape. They chose areas with fewer divine guards and slaughtered their way out of the encirclement. Then, without saying a word, they charged towards the city gate they came from. The night was even crazier than the night before. Han Shuo believed that if he didn't leave tonight, the patriarchs of all the major family clans in Hushvale City would be mobilized. Perhaps even the city lord of Hushvale City would join the fray. Han Shuo did not believe that he alone could fight against everyone in an entire city. Therefore, he had to escape from Hushvale City as soon as possible. Once they left Hushvale City, they would enter a vast mountain range. By then, even if they were pursued by all the experts of Hushvale City, Han Shuo was confident that he could escape from Hushvale City with the help of the demon generals. After leaving the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Rose showed no intention of concealing their tracks. They headed for the city gate at top speed and prepared to force their way out. It was at this moment that the city lord of Hushvale City, Hafs, received the news that Han Shuo and Han Shuo had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City. Hafs might have been furious the last time, but this time he had gone completely insane. When he learned that Han Shuo and Rose had publicly killed Hassling, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy, and released a large number of strange life forms to kill hundreds of his city divine guards, Hafs had truly gone insane. Inform all the patriarchs of major family clans to mobilize their divine guards. The family clan that kills the two will be the next chief of divine guards. Hafs had truly gone insane. His family clan only had 3 chiefs of divine guards. If any family clan had 2 chiefs of divine guards, it would very possibly threaten their family clan's position. Hafs knew this very well. That was why he issued such an order. "Patriarch, how can we do that?" An elder of the house of Hoffley immediately objected. "Cut the bullshit. Send the message immediately," roared Hafs. He left the house of Hoffley and led the most elite divine guards of the house of Hoffley to the streets of Hushvale City. They rushed towards the city gate according to the message transmitted by their chiefs of divine guards. Hafs, like Wallace, possessed late-stage high god strength of darkness. For many years, Hafs had never personally participated in a battle. This time he was truly infuriated. He wanted to capture Han Shuo and Rose and tear them to pieces. Although Hushvale City was ranked last among the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion, no one had ever dared to bully him. This time, Han Shuo and Rose had wreaked havoc in Hushvale City and massacred everyone in Haf's domain. Even until now, no chiefs of divine guards had been able to apprehend the duo. Hafs was clearly infuriated. Hushvale City's strength was inferior to the other 7 cities to begin with and had not accumulated much strength over the years. After the massacre by Han Shuo and Rose, Hushvale City's strength would be greatly diminished. If Hushvale City were to allow Han Shuo and Rose to escape from Hushvale City alive, there would be no hope for Hushvale City to rise again. Perhaps even the Overgod of Darkness would think that Hushvale City was incompetent and kill him. The three Overgods of Death, Destruction, and Darkness were warlike Overgods. Their requirements for their subordinates were very simple. Submit to them and become as strong as possible. The reason why Wallace, Hofs, and the others were able to become the lords of the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion was that they possessed extraordinary strength and their family clans were powerful. If they could not prove themselves to the Overgod of Darkness, it was very likely that they would be abandoned by the Overgod. When Hofs led the most elite divine guards of his family clan out of the Hoffley residence, the patriarchs of the other major family clans in Hushvale City had also received the news from the Hoffley residence. When they heard that the person who killed Han Shuo and Rose would take over the position of Chief of Divine Guards that had been left vacant after Eugene's death, they were all excited. These patriarchs, who had their own plans, immediately began to gather the most elite divine guards of their family clans. For the sake of their family clans' future interests in Hushvale City, all the major and minor family clans in Hushvale City were mobilized. All the major and minor family clans in Hushvale City who were interested in the position of Chief of Divine Guards were mobilized. The most elite divine guards of the major family clans were mobilized. Hushvale City, which had not yet calmed down, was plunged into an even greater commotion. Some of the ordinary gods in the city, who did not know what was going on, were indescribably shocked. They thought that the Dominion of Life and the Dominion of God of Light had launched a large-scale invasion. Hushvale City was in chaos. Rumors were flying everywhere. There were many different versions of the actions of the major family clans. Some of the divine guards who knew the details had exaggerated the strength of Han Shuo and Rose, adding a layer of mystery to the duo.